Nation, broadcasting from the Fastport Studios at the historic DAT Guy house in the city of New Orleans, just blocks away from where trucking radio first began.
Well, good morning to you, Phone Master Dre. How are you, sir?
I'm doing stupendous. We lost Dean Croke, but I will get him back on very shortly.
I can see him, though, by the way.
Fantastic.
We're going to bounce him back in just uno momento. And good morning to you at the center of Nemo Nation, Dave Nemo. How are you doing? What's going on? What are you looking at? What are you looking at right now?
Punxsutawney Phil, that little rascal, that scaredy cat, that coward, that fink.
That coward?
Yeah.
There's no animal abuse allowed on the show.
I've never scared of my shadow. Why should he?
We're gonna give Dre a moment here to get Dean back in, who looks desperate and scared. That he's like, "What's going on? Why am I not in this show?" Punxsutawney Phil, huh? Did he see it?
He saw it. He saw his shadow.
How many more weeks of winter?
6 more weeks of winter.
6 more weeks of winter is headed your way. And by the way, after this weekend of winter, I don't think anybody wants to see winter again for a while.
Not for a while.
I don't think we're in February yet.
Until we're in the middle of July and it's 106 degrees with relative humidity at 96%.
Yeah.
Then we'll be saying, man, snow would be real nice right now.
So we have, by the way, they have wind chill factor up north, What do they have down south? What's it called?
Oh, I don't know.
Misery index.
Oh, the misery index. Yeah. I hadn't heard that in a long time.
The misery index, by the way.
The misery index.
The misery index.
Who started that? Back in the 60s, I think, on local television.
I don't remember hearing that, though. I mean, I know you heard it before. They maybe bring it back every once in a blue moon.
They may be.
Maybe they bring it back every once in a while.
Index.
Maybe that's the reality of it.
Yeah.
The misery index. It's like lake-enhanced snow. Lake-enhanced snow. You know who is a warm front in our life? Dean Croke.
He is indeed.
Who is here with us this morning. Hey, how you doing, man? I can't believe we're going to have this conversation. You posted about it. I shared it. We've been kind of shooting the breeze about it the last couple of days. We got good news. We have good news, do we not?
We do, yeah. Well, I guess it's mixed news if you're watching Punxsutawney Phil this morning, but there's great news.
Chuck Snow has to live with it. Chuck Snow said he's going to murder.
Chuck Snow's going to be here in about an hour.
He's going to murder him. Chuck Snow said he's going to murder Punxsutawney Phil. Take it easy. Bill Murray tried that, didn't work so well. But we do have good news.
Great news if you've got a refrigerated trailer on the back. There's some crazy things happening. Well, not crazy. We were kind of predicting this about a month ago. Capacity's definitely leaving the market. The number of carriers leaving the market, I just looked at the numbers this morning, have been in the negative territory for about 5 consecutive months. And that's good news. I think everybody's been waiting for capacity to leave the industry in pretty serious and meaningful numbers for some time. So I think all of the regulatory pressure that's been brought to bear on the market is starting to pay off. And capacity is leaving the market, and that means that spot rates are starting to move up, which is unusual for winter. So I think that's really interesting, especially for the refrigerated market. But spot rates took off over the last week. Again, winter always does that when you have storms of this magnitude, but there is a new rate floor emerging, and rates are about 20% higher than where they were a year ago, and they're holding there, which kind of sets up a really interesting scenario as we head into the rest of the year, because my rate forecasts that I'll talk about later today on my IQ show are now getting into spring. So 35 days out from today, my rate forecast is pricking up some of the spring seasonality, and they're holding about 20 to 25% higher than a year ago. So that's great news for carriers in flatbed, dry van, and refrigerated, but more so refrigerated because we start to get a bit of produce season. Volumes start to come into the market. That's fantastic news for those carriers. So I think there's a little bit of, good news coming along for carriers. It's been a long time coming. It's been years since we've had anything like this that's been good to talk about. But I think the other data point, and I'll stop on this one, since last April, what's really interesting, the number of carriers joining the for-hire sector is down 40%.
There it is.
So even though the number of carriers leaving, as everyone's been talking about getting rid of capacity that's been sort of hanging around and keeping a lid on rates, The number I've been watching is how many new people have been joining the market and flooding the industry with capacity. Well, since April, when you look at that and draw a straight line, it's been heading downwards consistently for almost 10 months, and it's down 40% since last April. And I think that's the more important number. Jimmy Mac, if you look at where we were last month, the total number, it's back to almost identical to where it was for the decade before the pandemic. So it's almost like we're getting back to normal. But there's still a bit of capacity that's got to leave on the bottom side of the ledger, but we're getting back to what the market looked like from 2014 to March of 2020. That's my takeaway.
Yeah, and there are a couple of things that are worth pointing out, because a number of our friends out there are saying, we're not, who are actually in the midst of what you are talking about, are going, well, everything seems to be fine. All right, this is where it gets really interesting. And this is where a lot of our friends out there who are over on the chat, guys, by the way, I left my laptop at home. I brought my charger, I brought my cables, but I don't have my laptop, so I can't jump in on the chat this morning, guys. Good morning, everybody out there. The people who, we've talked about this over and over. The people who were, you said it's time to get serious. The people who were already serious, the people who actually ran their affairs as an owner-operator or with a really stable carrier, the kind of people who actually look at the bottom line in 5-year cycles rather than just a moment-to-moment sort of thing, or are dependent upon the whims of stockholders. Those people right now, from what I was looking at, seem to be doing not only good, things are picking up. Meaning those of you who really got through the last 2 to 3 years, really got through them, really held in there, played that game of chicken with other capacity folks, and if you hung in there and your economic affairs are at a flatline level even, meaning you handle your stuff well, you are now have an opportunity to do very, very well over the next quarter. That's what those numbers were saying. That does not say, though, as you have pointed out and we have talked about, with the capacity slough off, that and the combination of people not coming in and once again going, oh, there's the boom market, and then they break the boom. With that, the people who have hung around, who have really run their affairs almost to perfection, are still here and now are positioned to do very well. That's kind of my takeaway from the numbers that you showed me and the conversations we've been having and the stuff I've been reading. That's not to diminish people's lived-in experience, meaning Joe J. and Marshall have pointed out everywhere they go, things seem to be doing okay. And I would say everywhere you go or where the people who are doing okay are doing what they're doing. It's like, and the other thing is too, is that I've always said this as well in regards to the economy. Trucking zigs when the rest of the economy zags because it gets there earlier than anybody else, which means, I hate to break the bad news to people, you guys are going to be okay for about a year before everybody else catches up. That's the truth of the matter in regards. And by the way, that's the game we signed up for. Sometimes you want to be ahead of the curve, and sometimes you want to be nowhere near where the curve is taking you. But this is one of those moments where if you've played it right, you're in good shape. It's also a good time to make sure you're set up for the next bad time. I'm just saying.
Well, use a sporting analogy. I think the successful truckers are good marathon runners. They're not sprinters. Because I think, a lot of the guys, you and I talked about this almost 5 years ago to the day when we were saying that these rates that we were talking about during the pandemic won't last, and to put money away for the rainy day, and the smart money did exactly that, and they realised that these ridiculous rates we were talking about way back when weren't going to last, and of course the smart money put money away to weather the storm that we've been suffering the last 3 years at least, and of course now you're in a great position because if you were smart to pay off a lot of your debt and get, your number of clean skin tires built up in the shed so that you could have a bit of a buffer and pay down as much debt as you could and get yourself into a position to take advantage of what's about to happen. Because this looks like being a really good year for a lot of carriers that have been able to get themselves into this market because it is going to turn, and I think it'll turn really quickly for those carriers that are in the right place at the right time. That's certainly how it's shaping up. We've still got a demand curve that we've got to overcome because the economy is still, teetering. There's still a lot of headwinds we've got to overcome. There's a lot of geopolitical risk. Diesel prices could go up. We've still got a lot of instability in the Middle East. So we can't just automatically say the economy is going to take off. But I honestly do think the worst is behind us from a freight perspective, and there's certainly fewer trucks around in the market. So I just think that last week was very interesting from a rate perspective, and when we look at it, there's a lot of similarities with what happened in 2021. Remember the polar vortex hit in February 2021. When you look at the shape of how spot rates went up, in 2021 we had the tailwind of the pandemic driving spot rates all the way through 2021. We haven't got that now. We haven't got that momentum behind us. But the shape of the way spot rates are heading now, the best case scenario for carriers could be that they keep going the rest of 2026 like they did in 2021. Now, when I say there's a new floor under spot rates, that's what I'm implying, is that spot rates go up and they maintain that momentum through the rest of the year. But they won't necessarily do it because all of the people that buy freight are buying more freight. They will do it because there's less trucks around.
That's exactly it. And that's why
Right.
I said rather than pat any what I call macroeconomic factors on the back, this is one of those cases where it really is, if you're succeeding right now, it's a micro success. And I don't mean that dismissively towards what's going on in the general economy, but if you're listening right now and you're still in the game and now you're starting to do a little bit better, you did it. I don't often get a chance to, we live in such a kind of the supply chain is so big and so massive, but this is a case where for the people who actually are serious about trucking, the people who have made it their lifetime commitment, the marathon runners that you've talked about, for them, this is the breakaway. This is the breakaway moment for them, and they're going to put a lot of people in the dust. That's a very encouraging thing, which means it's going to take, even though people will often follow success, it's going to take a lot of people a long time to kind of figure out how to get there, meaning very few people are positioned to play the catch-up game at this point. And the people that are positioned to play the catch-up game are already in good shape, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
That it's like if you have the money and the wherewithal to pivot into this market for real and really get there, then you're fine too. Then you're probably already in this market in one way or another and are just going to amp up your kind of interest in it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that this is someone asked the other day, what would you do differently if you were a carrier? And I said, I'd double down on compliance. I would have more paperwork than less. I would have, because I think this is going to be a year of discovery where people are going to be looking more closely at everything you do. So I would make sure I have all the documentation I need from a shipper, a broker, carrier, everything that the authorities need. Before I go out on the road, I would make sure I've got everything people need so that it wouldn't matter where I went, I would have everything that I need to be able to prove I am who I am. Here's my paperwork. Here's my documents. I would never be afraid for anyone to ask anything, which is kind of the opposite of how I would have thought about trucking in 1980. Which was because it was real cloak and dagger stuff, right? It was the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, Dave can talk about that at length. Yeah. And what we'll do is we'll come back after the break and we'll kind of talk about the difference between having everything in order, all your T's crossed and your I's dotted and all your paperwork exactly where it was supposed to be, as opposed to, nowadays where, you got to show all that stuff. Now, back in the day, though, it was like, what are you talking about? I want to have a face-off with Ernest Borgnine on the side of the road. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back on the other side, we're going to talk about the weather, the impact that's going to have on the economy. It is shaping a lot of the stuff too. Give you guys an update on what's going on around the country. Lindsay is still without internet. They were supposed to come by yesterday, and they just called. Comcast called her and went, "Yeah, we're canceling the appointment," and hung up on her. Oh. They just said, "We're canceling the appointment," and hung up on her. Comcast. And just,
no surprise there.
So we'll take a quick break here, take a deep breath. You guys can call us at 615-292-6366. What is that, Dre?
615-292-NEMO. We got Chowder on the line, and we'll have more after the break.
We'll come back, take a deep breath here through our nose, exhale through our mouth, and take a moment of reflection for a belated birthday wish for our good friend Chowder as well. On the count of three, 1, 2, 3.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked away, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Monday, 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 Monday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope and pray that all is well with you. Hey, got something I want to drop in your spirit this morning. It's found in Romans chapter 12, and I want you to think about what Paul is saying because it's very deep. He's telling us something that hopefully it'll drop into our hearts and help us to be better Christians. He says, now watch what he says, if it is possible, as far as it depends on you, live at peace with everyone. Now, notice what Paul said. He said, now I'm going to say it so you can grab what I'm thinking as well. He says, watch this. If it is possible, as far as it depends on you, not them, but you. As far as it depends on you, do what's right. As far as it depends on you, love right. As far as it depends on you, treat people right. As far as it depends on you, do what is right. Why would God have to tell his children to do what's right? You know what I believe it is? It's because his children have a hard time understanding it ain't about us. So my brothers and sisters, I want to make sure that you get this. He said, if it is possible, as far as it depends on, live at peace with everyone. That means people that you don't even like. God says you have a responsibility to be at peace.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
We are going to talk to our good friend Chowder in uno momento, but I want to get a little update about what's going on out there, Dave. What are we looking at in regards to the weather?
We are looking at Miami, Florida, breaking a record at 35 degrees this weekend that hasn't been broken since 1909, which says a lot to me. It says, it's gotten cold before, a long time ago, and it's going to be cold again in the distant future. All of this stuff that we're going through right now, we always think that this is the most unique weather pattern we've ever seen. It's
and then somebody says,
like this
you ever heard of
before.
1898?
Yeah.
And then there's some moment from 1898.
Yeah.
Well, my mom and dad are big fans of golf, and they love golf in all its forms and fashions. They wanted to watch this LPGA event before they watched the main event. They're big fans of Jim Nantz of CBS, who took Vern Lundquist's position at CBS, calls all the golf matches. But they wanted to watch the women's LPGA on Sunday morning. It was so bad, guys, that they basically declared it over at 54 holes because they had to skip a day and turn the last day of the tournament into the third round, because the second round the third round on Saturday would have been so cold. The greens, because of the moisture, were frozen.
Mm-hmm.
The greens, and this was in Florida. This tournament was in Orlando, and they literally were hitting the ball on the greens, and it was going straight into the water. And the women who had the spikes on were literally slipping on the greens. That's how cold it was. That's how
Little
cold
bunny
it was.
Fufu was hopping around Florida picking up iguanas as they fell out of the trees.
Oh yeah, I mean it was
Yeah.
it was cold. And our good friend who we met last week, Dean, we had the founder of the Kazoo Museum on National Kazoo Day came on and joined us on the show. He's got the only kazoo factory in the United States. It's great, by the way. Kazooby Kazoos. He came on and he ended up sending me a message later on saying I spoke too soon. The snow showed up in South Carolina. It almost got its way into Florida. We were very mercifully missed. We had some bad wind out here, but it wasn't too bad. But poor Lindsay and them, they got it again, Dean. A low of 12 and a high of 19 in Nashville, Tennessee. Ooh. And we all know what the wind chill factor and the and the enhanced snow effects.
It's funny because in 2014, on February 2nd, of all things, it was 2 degrees at 7 o'clock in the morning when the moving van left Nashville heading for New Orleans. So there's that,
You must have been thrilled about that.
Yeah.
I mean, not the condition of the weather, but where you were headed to more kind of warmer climes here. Before we actually dig in with, I got some questions for Dean, some stuff I want to talk about there. But we got Chowder on the phone. Good morning to you, sir. Welcome to Road Gang Radio's Nemo Nation.
Happy birthday, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, you rebellious rebels of the rodeo and the radio waves of all listening environments. Good morning, our favorite Bostonian. That's right, DAT Guy Dean. Everybody check out his podcast when it drops today. Very enlightening. Good morning, Jimmy, Mac. Great talking to you briefly on the weekend, and you didn't get put in the pokey. And good morning to my brother, Dre.
Morning, buddy.
By the way, the reason we didn't get put in the... I have
care
friends.
package on the way.
Oh, thank you, sir. The reason I don't get put in the pokey is now you guys know. If you ever wonder why I don't go to jail more often, is you now see on Facebook, I've got friends. I got friends.
That's right.
From the old
That's right.
days.
I got friends, too. I even got some high friends in low places and some low friends that are high. And neither of you guys fall into either of those categories. You're just great family.
Oh, fantastic.
So,
What's happening?
First of all, I'm still sore in the wrist, the tuchus in the shoulder from finding out that now 54, but at the time 53-year-old people memorializing their sister on one last bull ride is not a smart health decision to make, but it was worth it. I will say, though, will say for the record, it was an international affair. There was a guy from Aussie land that I told Dean about in a video, which was kind of cool. He fell off. I did not. I did meet a guy from Louisiana. Don't remember his name, Bo something. He fell off. I did not. I will say number 5 in the world fell off. I did not. The only difference is they're professionals and Chowder is a recreational visitor to the back of a bull. Oh, yeah, I also did not draw a PBR finalist 1 through 5 world-ranked bull. They did. So sometimes pulling the right number makes you look really good, and having a little bit of talent helps. But like I told him while we were having some banquets afterwards, 99,000 out of a million times you guys are beating me. But every now and then the blind squirrel gets a nut. So it was good times, but I am still graciously paying for that poor decision.
That is like the best kind of pain. Many years ago, as you guys know, when Dean, after the pandemic ended, we made a commitment to go do a Tough Mudder. We did an obstacle course run afterwards, and I have never been so delightfully sore in my life after having finished the thing. So the next couple of days, I was in a perpetual state of recovery, and I can imagine the soreness of riding a bull and not getting thrown must feel like a badge of honor, right?
Oh, I got thrown, Jimmy. It just happened to be after the 8 seconds.
Well, it don't count.
That don't count. That's rubbing, and rubbing is racing. I mean, that's what it comes down to.
It don't count, but it still hurts. I landed on my best part I could, almost my head, but then I got my derriere, so that helped. But I also have to inform you that you will be getting Highlander grog, and you will be getting, I think it's butterscotch breakfast cake flavor. You're going to need your little autofill cups, though, because I did the grounds again. But I have to go back to my old supplier because my new supplier, and this kind of goes into that DAT report guy, but my supplier is saying that they may have to suspend operations for a little while because he was getting beans for $2 something a few years ago. Then they went up to $4, and he did a price increase then. And Brian said this time they went up to almost $9 a pound for beans. And he's not going to pass that cost on to his customers, so he'll probably have to cut back on either what he has until it maybe comes down. But if not, he might have to suspend operations, so I'll have to go back to my previous supplier. But maybe, Dean, you could let us know what the coffee bean environment's going to look like. And with that, I bid you guys adieu. Have a sip on me when you get it. Love you guys. Nothing you can do about it.
Have a sip on chowder. Forget the check. We'll get hell to pay. Dean, let's give a minute or two before we hit this break to talk about the situation with coffee, because all of that, by the way, guys, the one last missing piece of all of this in regards to, because a lot of what you've been talking about this morning is suddenly certainty. I mean, of course, there are a couple of wild cards. Here's the thing. Tariffs are now baked in. If the Supreme Court says the president can do it, it doesn't really change anything because it's already being done and that's been baked in. But if the Supreme Court turns around and says we don't believe in the unitary executive because we believe in our own power, that's the end of that party. And if they declare the end of that party, Chowder may go back to actually having the cheapest coffee in the known universe. So talk a little bit about the coffee bean situation, if you could, Dean.
Yeah, because a lot of our coffee comes from South America, which is coincidentally where Chowder's talking about bull riding, where most of our, if he was watching the PBR, most of the Brazilian bull riders come from, where the largest cattle herd is on the planet. So notwithstanding that, that's where most of our coffee beans come from. So we rely on imports for a lot of our coffee. So that's why coffee has gone up so much, is because of the import cost of those coffee beans. So yeah, I mean, it's increased the price of coffee, but I think it'll stabilise once they come back down. I think that's the same with a lot of imports, though, Jimmy Mac, not just coffee. I think that'll. But what's interesting to me is that a lot of imports, even though tariffs have been applied to imports, importers have figured out, and manufacturers, that it is still economically viable to pay the tariffs than get it manufactured here in the US. And they're still competitive. And I find that just fascinating. And that you and I, the collective you and I, haven't really changed our behaviour dramatically. Like, you know, we haven't stopped buying. Consumer purchasing, you know, we are changing our buying patterns when it comes to food. Like, so there are some changes there. But we're still buying things. Like, we haven't changed a lot of our consumption patterns substantially when it comes to buying things from overseas. So I think that's when I started talking about the impact of tariffs a while ago, our worst fears haven't materialized when it comes to tariffs in general. The economy didn't fall off a cliff. It didn't collapse. The supply chain adjusted on the fly, and we absorbed tariffs. And the biggest impact, I think, of tariffs is not so much in areas of things like coffee per se. It's in the complete destruction of cross-border trade between here and Canada for things like steel, coil steel, finished steel products. Truckload volumes between here and Toronto, for example, the US and like Ohio River Valley and the Great Lakes and Toronto have been decimated. That's where the biggest impact of the trade war is.
We have to take a quick break here. We'll come back on the other side. There's lots to talk about, including some welcomed guests over in Boston with Dean Croke. A lot of other groovy stuff headed your way. Nemo Nation continues, but we're going to start off with ATRI on the air at the top. And Jane Jazrawy actually is bringing by one of the best fleets. They'll be here at the end. So we're going to talk about, models of actual consistency and how you win in this market. We'll be right back.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
It's Monday, 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 Monday.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
Jose Vitor Lemay. Jose Vitor Lemay is the 2025 world champion in Brazilian bull riding. He is dominating the professional bull riding circuit these days. Casio Diaz and rising star John Crimber are among the many athletes who continue to do great work over in Brazil riding those bulls. We're riding out this weather here, and Dave has got a little bit of information since it is Nemo Nation. He keeps you safe and sound and on the highway, that trusted voice. You got some information about how the Great Lakes are contributing to why it's so flippin' cold.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, when we hear about snow and the Great Lakes, we always hear, and you mentioned this earlier, lake effect snow, and it kind of generates the snow, but it's a warmer kind of a thing. We always think that in the wintertime, the Great Lakes freeze over. They don't.
They're too big.
Lake Ontario normally has about 13% of it covered. Right now it has 35. Lake Michigan from 23% up to 37 right now. Here is one. Lake Erie is normally 55% ice covered. Right now it's 95%. Lake Huron, 40% normally. Now it's 72%. So the point here is that ice, which is colder than the water, obviously, it's going to keep that air flowing over that ice colder for longer, and it's going to send it further south. It's going to give cold a little boost. So
it's the worst swamp cooler ever invented.
Exactly, and it's going to work throughout the entire month.
Yeah, so we're going to be looking at some incredibly bitter temperatures across the Mideast and the Midwest. Even people might put aside their border wars between Ohio and Michigan.
Maybe.
You know, hopefully.
The only thing that's going to warm anything up for any length of time in February, they say, because of the Great Lakes and the polar vortex, is sunshine. And thankfully, sunshine is pretty bright in February. I think that's God's way of kind of evening things out maybe a little bit. But in other words, only the sun is going to warm things up. The weather itself is not going to warm up.
Dean, have you spent any quality time in the city of Denver?
Not really, not to speak of. I go out to the tech center a bit where DAT's office is, but not a lot.
Okay, that's great then, because it gives me a chance to tell you something you might not know. If you go to Denver, I would ask anybody who's never been there before, if you get a chance to walk the city, to walk what it looks like, it is very sun-friendly. They don't create a lot of shade in Denver because one of the things that they learned is that they have a thing called Denver cold. When it's cold, but it feels terrific. We had a couple of days like that. Yesterday was like that here in the city of New Orleans. It was spectacular. It was like 41 degrees, but the wind had finally died down from that terrible day before when it really was genuinely cold by anybody's estimation. It was actually in the 20s with a wind chill factor making it feel like it was 13 in the city of New Orleans. But because of the sunlight, it felt amazing. Denver is designed in it. So you've been to Seattle a lot. You know that city. Seattle is designed for rain. Anybody walks the city, even in a beautiful day in Seattle, realizes, man, there are a lot of awnings. Man, there's a lot of coverage. Man, there's a lot of places where you can stand. And then if you walk Phoenix, if you walk Denver, you realize Phoenix is maximized for not creating areas of really incredible hot pockets, so the thing is really spread out and flat. Denver is almost bowlish, where it traps all the heat and exposes as much of the city as it can. It's just interesting how cities get designed to kind of acknowledge the climates and the temperatures that are around them. The noble, even the United States and how it gets formed. If you look at the way the cities get built, so much of what is built down in the South resembles colonial properties of the British Empire, and so much of what happens in New England resembles England. You know, and how it's built and how it's put together. Just a really kind of cool thing. Speaking of New England, Aussies in New England is only a weird thing if you don't know any Aussies in New England. You actually have a couple of fellow countrymen who are visiting, and it's a really kind of great story. It's a coffee book. Tell people about this.
Yes. Harry and Thomas arrived yesterday on Groundhog Day, which is kind of a really good segue to their Australian trip. They're here for the GeoTab conference in Las Vegas next week, but part of the trip was to come and meet with me. They met with Mike Gaffin, the Boston trucker, at the Shell Rotella event a few weeks ago. They've interviewed Phil and Daniel Snow. They've been with Dan Thomas, a good friend from out in Portland. They've done a cross-country trip with him for the coffee table book called Road Boss magazine. So they're well in touch with a lot of the American culture. And part of the upcoming issue of the coffee table book is a feature on the Grumpy Pete and myself. I'm trying to connect them with a couple of the lobster haulers out of Nova Scotia for one of their trips to JFK Airport this week. So they're following me around this week, listening in on iHeartRadio this morning. They're staying up in Gloucester for the week, but they'll be following me around this week and learning a little bit about what I do on a couple of fronts. One is the social media front, learning about what the Grumpy Pete is and what we do behind the scenes there, but learning about what we do on the DAT Freight and Analytics Network, listening in about how we do the show here this morning, what RadioNemo is about, and how we broadcast out to all the truckers and the sorts of things we talk about. So the guys are here this week, and it's a fascinating story. They've arrived here probably the coldest part of the year, which has been a real culture shock for them. So,
I mean, I can't even imagine.
I'm about to go and pick them up.
That must be kind of a shocker. Yeah, the highlighted section, Dave, is I just passed Dave Nemo a note. Something we'll be talking about here in a minute. I mean, that's the other thing too, is the fact that it's like, one of the reasons I love travel so much. And, when you were talking about being in Seattle, I remember the first time I arrived there. There are places that we go to in the world, and I know you've had this experience on numerous occasions. Speaking of Brazil, that's what Brazil was like. There's a wonderful sense of displacement. You just feel the first time you go anywhere that is definitely not where you're from, it actually feels science fiction, does it not? I mean, there's a certain level of science. Like I said, it's interesting because, Megan Kate Nelson, who's a regular contributor to this show, has a spectacular chapter in her book called Saving Yellowstone about the arrival of the main characters in the book into Salt Lake City in the United States in the 1870s. And it was such a strange and differently conceived place that even the Native Americans would put their finery on when riding into town because they wanted to match how formal the Mormons had both built the city and how they dressed and clothed themselves in what they were calling the modern wonder of the West, which they wanted to put in significant contrast to Denver, which really was a Wild West show, a real barroom brawl, and the Mormons in Salt Lake City wanted to create something different. We got people over there in the chat, Dave. What are folks saying over there?
Well, I want to start off with the folks who started it off a little bit earlier, Lovey and Earl, right here in New Orleans. They say, "Good morning, my family. Everyone have a great and fun day. Love you guys." And they are asking about Mid-America, but we'll have a decision or an announcement on that on Friday.
And anybody listening about the Mid-American Trucking Show, we should have something akin to an announcement in the next couple of days. What I'm trying to do, guys, is put together a financial package that makes sense for us. We don't run under the banner of SiriusXM, so a lot of the back-end stuff we have to pay for it now these days and put all that together. We're in the midst of putting together a package. If we go, and I'm leaning more towards when, but if we go, it's going to be big. It's going to be big, and we're going to be omnipresent and everywhere. I don't know if you know this, Dean. I actually put in a request to actually give a pro talk I actually they were still looking for speakers, and I said let me kind of submit this. So they're looking for speakers, and I am making a submission for that, and it's going to be called an education of the airwaves. And what I'm going to probably talk about, I've been working on something for a while. The idea that with so much CDL training and so much onboarding being the topic of discussion in the profession right now, I had wanted to look at how shows like this, but shows in general in podcast and streaming, all of them, how they help complete people's education. And then to look at if they can take a more active role in helping people complete their lifestyle and their business acumen education without becoming part of the agenda of one company or another, or an ideology of trucking. I don't mean a political ideology. I mean an ideology of trucking, because there are different ideologies of trucking. And so I'm going to be kind of looking at that, looking at what's out there, but also, does Mike Gaffin play a role in helping educate young drivers? Does Trucking with Aubrey do that? Does Alex Nino do that? Does Dave Nemo do that? Does Dean Croke do that? Do all the people who contribute into the streaming, the blogosphere, and live radio and podcasting, do we in fact have a role to play in a more formalized way in the education of the trucking community? I mean, simply Chowder coming on and talking to you about rates and you explaining stuff and you getting the idea that can a network be put in place that would allow people at the CVTA and the NAPF TDS to be able to say, listen, while they're getting taught, imagine them saying, hey guys, your assignment for tonight is go listen to these shows and come back and talk about what you heard. And if you have any questions, because you couldn't understand the language of what those men and women were talking, can that be used as a teaching tool? So that's what I'm going to that's what I proposed, and we'll see if they take the bite on it.
That's a great
idea.
Great idea.
Yeah. I think so, and I think it's a great idea that was born of Education Station, born of our conversations, you and I, born of Dean being on the show, and born of the truckers as well. Because anytime I have asked for their advice or their insight or their expertise, they have called, and in very measured, unsiloing, ungatekeeping ways, they have kept us informed. I mean, I will tell you, if you went back and you took every single Tom Bray episode we've ever done and assembled them and just told somebody, listen to a year's worth of Tom Bray on the highway, 12 episodes, you would know a hell of a lot more about trucking than you did when you first got started. If you took every segment we did, Dean, and said, simply listen to these 30 minutes a day for about 3 or 4 weeks, how much information and how much vocabulary would you in fact possess? And it's a much more fun way to do it too. I mean, not that there aren't compelling teachers, but there are some really kind of fun ways to pick this stuff up. I mean, like Scott Cooper, who is not a trucker, knows a hell of a lot about trucking now because he stays with us and he hangs with us, and that's all part of the equation as well. Sorry to kind of go off into the weeds there, but yeah. So go ahead, Dave. Who else we got talking?
Oh, yes, indeed. So Matt Sawbuck Beach laid a sawbuck on us. I had to ask myself, oh, I know there's a name for a fiver. Yeah, that's it.
Sawbuck.
That goes way, way back.
Drinking with Lincoln.
You
ever seen people take the $5 bill and turned Abraham Lincoln's face into Snake Plissken from Escape from New York? And they put the scar on his face, the eye patch, and the long hair, and they call it Abe Plissken.
Joe J. called in, wrote in. He's in Auburndale, Florida at Love's delivering their new refrigeration. Irony plays its hand. Trucker Bosun says hello to everybody. And Trappin' Trucker, he says, good morning, RGN. Ten Ring is out there. Good morning, everybody. Paranormal Pie Man, good yawning. Picking up in Melrose Park, Illinois. He says, I hate my life. Trucker Bosun's in Denver. Oh, he says he lived in Denver for about a year in the early 90s. He said he loved it there. And Bruce Almighty is with us this morning, says, good morning, #RGR.
By the way, Dre, since Paranormal Pie Man is here, let us, you and I, do our typical Paranormal Pie Man thing and simply say, yo. Good morning, Paranormal Pie Man. Dean Croke joins us this morning, as he always does, on the Monday edition of All Things Radio Nemo, and that, of course, is Nemo Nation. All right, so the week ahead. So we got some good news. So the people who hung in there, placed their bets, and did their jobs, got serious about it, are actually starting to see a little bit of the reward of their effort. Their breakaway has kind of begun here. What else should we be looking at? What are you looking at, Dean?
I think I'm still waiting for the spot market to get on a bit of a tear because I-95 is going to be severely disrupted this week because, as you know, Lindsay is in the middle of a multi-week storm out in Nashville. So it's going to take another 2 to 3 weeks for the freight market to settle down. And east of the Mississippi is a big chunk of our GDP. The I-95 freight corridor is still going to be severely disrupted because of Winter Storm Gianna that's just upset the entire freight corridor. I can't remember the exact percentage, but roughly something like 40% of the country's GDP travels up and down Interstate 95. And it has just been severely disrupted by this storm that is still working its way through that freight network. So whenever you have that much freight disruption over a 2-week period and maybe more, you're going to see potentially, a month's worth of freight disruption. That means that there's a lot of freight that hasn't moved off docks. That is going to be creating a ripple effect that could last into spring before you start to see the market settle down. I think that's what I'm watching this week to see whether the impact on freight rates that we're seeing becomes a new floor under the market that gets carried into spring. That's what I'm really looking for. Because normally when you see a market come along like this, rates go up and then they come back down quickly. And I think what we're seeing here is this multi-week effect because this has been such a severe weather event where the temperatures are so low that is hampering the cleanup of the event and the devastation that is just crippling everybody. And I think that's what we're going to see here is a very long, elongated freight market event that could underpin a freight market rise in rates.
Well, yeah, and the other thing is too is that it's as opposed to it actually causing problems, there's actually long-term benefits to it as well. As I've always reminded people, there were 2 states that did not get affected deeply by the Great Recession of 2008. And they were Texas because of all the banking regulations that have been put in place after the S&L crisis. The other one was Louisiana because when you have to rebuild an entire economy from scratch, the trucks don't stop rolling down there. The combination of the effect that we're talking about in the reefer area, when coupled with what it's going to take to get the entire Mideast and Mid-Atlantic East back on its feet, may in fact allow us the bridge to get to the spring. And if the spring is good, there's going to be a significant boost in the market rates across the board. We were talking about Punxsutawney Phil, and I had a question for you, Dean, and something that I wouldn't mind talking about with people across the entire show this morning that does include ATRI. Carla is going to be coming by here. Jane Jazrawy is coming. Friend of the show, friend of Dean, friend of mine, friend of Dave, and Dre. Chuck Snow is going to be here, the CEO himself. But I wanted to ask you this question. So during the pandemic, we saw the rise of the homestead economy. Everybody decided, well, hell, if I can't go anywhere, I might as well make the place I live spectacular. So as long as I can get in a Home Depot or the local, the local hardware store, there's some stuff I can spend money on. There's some deliveries I can get, and that in many ways kept the economy going. There's a lot of fear with AI. There's a lot of fear with, with downsizing. That online stuff has actually gotten kind of shaky and interesting here. Mark Cuban has talked about this, that with the rise of AI, it won't be immediate, but we'll begin to see more and more in real life, an IRL economy. And what I mean by that is a happening economy, going to the stadium economy, World Cup economy, Punxsutawney Phil economy, because Dave asked the great question, how did you put it? Are the people that are really in the inner... Well, you go ahead and explain this because I think it'll land a little bit better. Your kind of insight onto those people who kind of really celebrate Punxsutawney Phil.
Yeah, this goes back to the late 1880s or so, Dutch. It was Pennsylvania Dutch that really got this thing rolling. And there's an inner circle, it's like a little...
guys in top hats.
Yeah, guys in top hats, exactly. And when you take a look, and Dean, you saw the thing this morning. It's kind of they're regular people, but boy, they are irregular when it comes to this. I mean, the excitement that they have over this groundhog, the whole thing, the history of it, it's really an entity, in of its own, in its own right.
Yeah, so the question is, are those people weird,
really weird or
year
not?
round, or are they weird for those couple of days of the year? That's really what it kind of comes down to. So the larger question that I have for you, Dean, is what would that look like? So we know what it looks like to have a homestead economy. What does an event, because what does the world turning into Las Vegas look like? If you follow me, the idea that, I don't mean the medical sector either, which you've talked about at length, recession proof. By having a rolling party or a rolling event. Is that a possibly sustainable model of an economic model? Because you do have places like New Orleans, like Las Vegas, to some degree Orlando. Now, most major cities have pockets of that, but is it possible? Right. What does that economy look like if, in fact, the economy is about people who want to get offline and get back into the real world and have human experiences? Is that a sustainable model? Do you follow me?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think I'd answer this in two ways. Home Depot is kind of going through a wait and see housing market where a lot of people have put off a lot of activity that we saw skyrocket during the pandemic. So there's definitely been a pause there. But I think the other side of it, watching the live event in Punxsutawney, PA this morning.
It's amazing, by the way. It's amazing.
Yeah. I think there's a real escapism about this. I think in tough times like we're seeing in such a divided country, I think a lot of people are flocking to events that take them away from reality. It's a break from reality because February is bleak. Winter fatigue is real, and people like the idea that nature might be, there might be something. It's like the Boston Red Sox go to Florida for spring training. It's like it's 52 days away from Mid-America Truck Show. It's like, it's like we look for something that might take us out of the freezing cold weather that we're living through and give us a little bit of hope. And I think the fact that from 3 a.m. this morning, there are all these people in PA celebrating and dancing and there's fireworks, and I just think it's an escape from reality. And I think there's a whole group of people that are looking for events that just take them away from the reality of what they're living through each day, because these are pretty crazy times that we're all living through at the moment. That's sort of my other alternative answer to what's going on. But because there is, I think you're right, there are different parts of the economy emerging. We've got a absolutely different economy. They call it the K-shaped economy, where the different types of spending activity of the haves and the have-nots are getting wider and wider apart, because that's definitely been a factor that's been occurring since the early stages of the pandemic.
Yeah, and it's like I said, one of the things too is that escapism is, so pronounced in the sense that you'll look at like one thing, all you have to do is watch the TV and you'll see the news, and then you'll turn over and then you'll see the event like the LPGA thing where people were celebrating and having a great time, and it's almost the breadth and size of the country kind of allows for that. Like I said, the thing I'm kind of interested in is if in fact people start kind of going more towards events, that's a flatbed extravaganza, because the idea that you're talking about having to build risers, having to build platforms, that and the best example of that is, of course, Taylor Swift's monstrous tour, the $1 billion tour. The idea that you have a rolling event that brings so much joy. The question I have, and I don't know what this looks like yet, is can it be sustained at a grassroots level, in the sense that what people don't realize is that housing starts are so important for the overall health of the country. But there was so much home improvement in the pandemic year that it became a sector unto itself, that it became a genuine...
Well, data centers.
Data centers is another great example.
Great example.
Is a great example of this.
Well, data centers, AI data centers have been one of the biggest examples of this, where housing has kind of been very flat to negative growth in recent years, to your point, whereas data centers in the middle of nowhere have been popping up like weeds, and that's been driving a lot of flatbed and dry van freight growth In fact, without that, our freight market would have been looking a lot worse than it has been. The data point that I shared on this show a little while ago was there's something like 18 freight markets where data centers have been popping up across the country, 18 out of 135 in DAT's freight network. And in those 18 freight markets, freight volumes inbound into those markets are up 20% year over year, whereas national volumes are only up something like 2% in all markets. There's been a flurry of activity into these freight markets, and that's been underpinning the flatbed spot market for these loads into these markets because they're all new emerging markets, like into the panhandle of Texas in the middle of nowhere, where Meta's been building these mega data centers. So I think that's a great example of these different types of economies that are emerging. It's like Caterpillar produced their recent earnings call, and their earnings growth and sales growth is not because of front-end loaders and bulldozers and backhoes. It's because of natural gas powered generators that they need to power the data centers because they can't get enough electricity from the grid. They need their own natural gas-powered generators. And when I read that report, I thought, oh, of course. I didn't think about that. But of course, what do these big diesel generators go on? And I looked at the dimensions of them. You could actually put them right in the back of a dry van.
That's exactly it. And by the way, it keeps everybody being able to tread water during tougher times. One more quick thing about mats I want to tell people. When we go, one of the other things that's kind of on the table is that Lindsay is talking about the idea of getting a real get for an interview for We Should Write and actually doing a live audience version of We Should Write at the Mid-America Truck Show to be recorded, to be done live from the show, but then to be the recorded show for the following week. So there's all kinds of possibilities. And one of the things that you and I will talk about when you come on the show again, sooner rather than later, is one of the things that I think that the Chrome Shop Mafia guys are getting right, and that I think our friends at MAT have to start thinking about too, is you can't just have a bunch of places on the floor that people walk to. I think a lot of the booths, and I think a lot of the stuff that's around mats has to be more fun. I'm just going to point blank say it, that a lot of that stuff has to be more fun because those kind of shows aren't just about catering to the people who will go. They're about catering to the people who could go either way. We got to let you go, Dean. You got guests over at your house and your time is up. Love having you on. We'll talk at you soon. I'll talk to you probably sooner in the next 24 hours. All right, my friend. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. Bye, Dean. Chief Analyst over at DAT. He's got a great blog. He's got a great podcast, and he is a great contributor here on Nemo Nation, which continues. Dave, who is first up to bat on this show?
Carla Rose is going to be joining us. Carla is the research assistant with ATRI. She's been with ATRI for a long time, and great lady. And they're going to be all over the place over the next couple of months, and we're going to talk about some of the events that ATRI is going to be at, why they are there, and how these events differ from one another, although they're all under the same umbrella.
That's a big thing that a lot of people have to realize. Either you are presenting at places like that and bringing the same dog and pony show to different people, but if in fact you are going to places where some of the same people are going to be, you often have to kind of curate what it is you're doing over there to kind of address whatever the topic is at hand. Carl is going to be with us just here in a minute. ATRI on the Air, miniaturized version is always the first offering we have on the show on Nemo Nation. Every Monday from 7 to 11 in the center on RadioNemo.com. Guys, please subscribe to the website. And please go to truckdown.com. Get out of the ditch. Get back on the road. They've been doing it since '97. We'll be right back after these messages. Phone Master Dre, Andre Thibodeau himself, and Dave Nemo and me.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
One of the things I was thinking about, if Toby Young gets back in touch with me and decides that he wants to move forward with that particular Pro Talk, I'm not sure how I'm going to handle it, whether it's just going to be me talking, Dave, or if it in fact would be a panel. Probably you, Jane Jazrawy, and Dean Croke, maybe somebody from the CVTA or someone from the NAPF TDS. There's a couple of approaches that I could take. Moderator of a larger conversation where you pose the question and each person knows they're getting the question. Those go by really, really fast. You can also make a simple talk go by really fast if, in fact, you invite the right people to it. And I was kind of talking to Dean about this before he left, and you as well. One of the things that with Matt, I've always felt, and this is not a criticism, I understand that it's for insiders a lot of the time. I see a lot of kids there. You know, people will bring their kids, and I'm like, is there enough to do here? You know what I'm saying? And Bennett does.
And I think there was a shift to, it used to be about the trucks, and that was the fun because you could climb in and out of the trucks.
That's fun. That's ATHS stuff. Yeah, that's very, very fun.
Peterbilt with the ladies in the evening dresses playing the grand pianos. You had magic acts. You had all kinds of stuff going on there. It wasn't like a carnival, don't get me wrong, but there was activity at the booths as opposed to handing out brochures or ballpoint pens, which is wonderful. But I think that the absence of the trucks, all of the innovations in trucks are pretty much microscopic now.
Well, and the fact of the matter is that I think a lot of people don't understand about quality traffic as opposed to constant traffic as well too. If people are just stopping by to get your pens, it's not going the way you think it's going.
Take a look at the garbage cans in the parking lot after the show, after Matt's is done, and you see all of the stuff people were lugging around for 6 hours in the show, trying to eat a hot dog at the same time. It's all there by the garbage cans.
Yeah, and it's so
outside.
funny. A guy made a really good point to me. This isn't to get political here, but the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, I've always felt that they made a terrible, terrible tactical error in how they handled their merchandise. There wasn't a lot of it, and they could have made a killing given what the demographic was. I've often thought, what would happen if people actually had real merch that cost real money and was high quality? If, in fact, they would discover that gets people by your booth talking, the occasional expensive purchase of something that people want to keep, and just all kinds of little stuff. I feel like trucking is either way ahead or it's way behind. Yeah. And we are going to get behind if I don't do this right now.
Oh, yeah!
Again, everybody, Dave Nemo with you. Andre Thibodeau, Foamaster Dre on the job. And, of course, Jimmy Mack is here. And Carla Rose is joining us from ATRI, the American Transportation Research Institute. Carla is the person who designs and manages the ATRI website, does all of the ATRI marketing and communications, which she is going to do with us right now. And that includes the ATRI newsletter, press releases, and everything. Hey, good morning, Carla.
Good morning, Dave. Thanks for having me on the show.
Well, thanks for being here. I guess you've already seen Punxsutawney Phil flake out on us this morning, huh?
Yeah, I sure did.
Yeah, so we'll leave that where it is. we were talking about, you're going to kind of run through a roster of events that ATRI is going to participate in. And a lot of folks were wondering, well, why do you go to these places? Who do you talk to? Is it the same people in a different building in a different month? But each one of these organizations and each one of their conclaves, each one of their gatherings, their events, they all focus on different things. They all have different purposes. ATRI fits into pretty much everything there. So thought maybe we'd go through the roster that you have here, and you could do a little explaining as to why this is still so important. I mean, we're talking long distance on multiple platforms. Truck drivers are scattered all over the country. The industry doesn't really get together very often, and when you do, it's not going to be that many people in the building at the time, but the effects of what their meetings are about can have long-lasting effect. So let's start with the North Carolina Trucking Association and the Women in Trucking Summit. A couple of really key points right there, huh?
Yeah, so this is a new one for me this year. Typically we go to some of the larger events, but Rebecca asked me to go to this one this year because it's focused on women in trucking. So it's a Women in Trucking Summit that the North Carolina Trucking Association is having. So it's more women focused.
Indeed, and that kind of speaks to what I was saying about the purposes and the focus of these different events. And when you have a focus like that, you can generally come away with something that you can take home.
Yeah, and you would be surprised. We come across so many people who do not know who ATRI is, and it's a lot of fun to be able to explain to them, who we are. It's really exciting for me.
Carla, let me ask you a question. So we're gonna dovetail the 2 points just made. So you're going to talk to a Women in Trucking event under the auspices of our friend Brent Greenberg of the North Carolina Trucking Association, and you often run into the problem of people not knowing who ATRI is. Are you able to kind of gauge your remarks or gauge your engagement by basically saying, okay, so let me explain who ATRI is, and then let me explain how it applies to this particular place? Can you kind of unpack that a little bit about the way you kind of let people know what it is you do, but then also show the people at that particular convention how it applies to the thing they're talking about there?
So with this meeting in particular, Rebecca's going to be speaking. So it's going to be sort of more easy to explain who we are after she presents. People will come to our display and say, I'd like to pick up a copy of this research based on her presentation. If it's a show that we're going to, for example, Mid-America Truck Show, where a driver may not know who we are, sometimes we'll point them in the direction of the top industry issues report and say, this is a good rundown of, the issues in trucking, which if they're a driver or a motor carrier, they're very familiar with issues in trucking. So it automatically catches their eye.
That's interesting, too, because I keep thinking about the fact is you guys actually have shown that the numbers, which were often ballyhooed about women in trucking, were not all that they were shaken up to be by people who are out there promoting and pitching that. You guys work in real data. And so in many ways, it's a great reminder when you engage women who are in trucking that when they're around other women in trucking, it's a way of saying there are not as many of you as people would like there to be. So you might want to keep working on these associations and these networking opportunities. Really cool. Okay, so we know you're going to MATS. We know you're going to our friends in North Carolina. Where else are you headed? What's in between that? Because you're really hitting the hustings on this one.
Yeah, so this year we're, in the past we've gone to the Safety, Security, and Human Resources Conference, ATA's meeting in April, and this year we're actually going to go and we're going to take the Texcelerate booth. Texcelerate is a program that we have with FMCSA, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but we're in its second phase now, and it's an outreach program where we're trying to advance the adoption of advanced driver assistance systems.
I did some of the narration on those videos, the Texcelerate.
You sure did,
videos.
Dave.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I'm going to circle back to and pick up on something that you said earlier, and Jimmy kind of picked up on. I'm surprised that people. Okay, I'm not so. Okay, I've said this before, and it's true. If you go to the driver entrance at any given truck stop on any given day and ask drivers coming in, what is FMCSA? There's going to be a good percentage that don't know. Okay, to me, I can't understand that. But if you have somebody that's going to get on an airplane and spend money and buy a suit and come to an event at a convention center, in this industry, are you surprised as much as I am that folks wouldn't know who ATRI is?
Yes, and I'm surprised every day, especially with as much outreach as we do. Social media, newsletter, motor carriers who take our research back to their companies. Sometimes it can spread that way, but beyond, that, I guess that's how drivers probably find out about us. But sometimes they'll hear about us on your show.
By the way, truckingresearch.org, guys, is where you should go. Carla, we got about 20 seconds here. I just want to ask you, what place are you going to this year that you haven't been to before or that you're most looking forward to?
So I'm going to Oklahoma City for the SSHR meeting. I've never been to Oklahoma City, so I'm looking forward to that.
Fantastic. Well, you be safe out there. You keep spreading the good word, and you keep telling people that ATRI is real, and they actually have the data to prove it. Thank you, Carla. Always great talking to you.
Thanks, Jimmy and Dave. See you later.
Chuck Snow joins us here this morning.
Fast and Furious, Chuck Snow. Angry as hell at Punxsutawney Phil, Chuck Snow. CEO, Chuck Snow. Murderous Chuck Snow. And by the way, I'm right there with you, dude. Let's go pump some iron and then go kill some groundhogs. Let's do
it. Especially ones that say 6 more weeks of winter. Guys, I'm up in Canada. And everything. Now, it is, I was talking to Claire Marie a couple weeks ago, and she had never seen snow. And I said, you know what? You come up here. You'll see it.
Claire doesn't remember.
See.
But when she was 4 years old, she saw snow back in 1988. We had enough snow in New Orleans for me to sweep up enough snow off the sidewalk and driveway to make a little 12-inch tall snowman. He stayed in the freezer until Hurricane Katrina.
Oh, my gosh.
But by the way, Claire has seen snow. She's never seen snow fall.
Oh.
And the worst thing was, listen, you'll love this, Chuck. So we go on our honeymoon. We go to London. And we go to sleep, and we're going to the Natural History Museum where Claire really wants to go ice skating in front of it as part of the experience. Well, we wake up, and the whole city is covered in snow, and she's like, I missed it. She's like, I mean, it looks beautiful, but she's like, I'm never going to. She literally went to bed and woke up, and the whole city was covered in snow. And she's like, I'm never going to see snowfall. This is never going to happen for me. Even when it snows, I miss it. By the way, Lindsay would trade it with her in a heartbeat right now. I'll tell you that.
Oh, I betcha. Well, over the Christmas holiday, our mutual friend, Dean Croke, he was visiting one of his sons out in Lake Tahoe, and he said it didn't start snowing. They had no snow at all until Christmas Day, but then they got 15 feet of it overnight, like crazy amounts. There was so much snow that the ski resorts that, they pray for this stuff, but they have to groom it and everything. That took them a while to be able to deal with the snow, so they get people up on the hill.
Sorry, you can't go skiing. Why? Too much snow.
You can't get there from here.
That actually is a reason. That's the worst part. So my brother Ryan and his sons, I don't know if you know this, it's a Mardi Gras tradition for a lot of people in New Orleans. Well, either the week of Mardi Gras or the day after Mardi Gras, we'll then head over to Denver and hit the slopes as well. And he actually had a whole day of his trip delayed one year because it snowed so much they had to wait a day to get, as you said, the proper grooming for the mountains.
Oh, yeah.
Because
you're in real, when we're talking Colorado, we're talking real mountains,
Oh, yeah. And people don't realize if you don't groom the snow, you don't see the rock. That's another problem, too. You don't see the boulder. And I don't mean the city itself. I'm talking about the actual one that's in the middle of the ski slope. Chuck, what is going on? What's on your mind these days? What are you looking at? What are you thinking about? Where's the freight and the airwaves taking you?
Well, I do think, I think the U.S., from what I see, enough changes have been made. We're starting to have a bit of a turnaround for the industry in the U.S., and I'm glad to see that for all the U.S. carriers, because everybody has had such a hard time. I have friends of mine that have had, they have multi-generational trucking companies, and they've really been hurting. So they're finally getting that breath of fresh air that they so badly need. Unfortunately, I can't say the same up here in Canada. It's not looking good. Where it just keeps getting worse. There's nothing to make it any better up here. But thank God, on the American side, our American friends are starting to see a turnaround. Maybe at some point we'll see it here.
And you guys have made some trade deals in the recent months, but, this is the thing about, especially when it comes to freight, and we've talked about this, that any kind of freight economy, any supply chain economy is like an aircraft carrier. You can turn it around, but it takes a long time to actually make that pivot. And so that even some of the green shoots in regards to new opportunities are going to take a long time to kind of ramp themselves up, aren't they?
It does. It takes, they talk about building pipelines. Well, before you build the pipeline, you've got to go through layers and layers and layers of bureaucracy. Somebody I know went over to China recently on a business trip, and they looked at a multi-million square foot warehouse. And they said, wow, this is incredible. And it was automated. It was state of the art. And they said, and they asked the Chinese host, how long did it take to build this thing from inception till having it up on up and running? 12 months.
Yeah.
And, in Canada, and I think parts of the States, it really depends what jurisdiction, it takes years. I couldn't even put a shed on my own farm, a steel building to house my old trucks because I had, there was so much red tape, and that's a building on an existing farm.
Yeah, and
it just shows you the difference.
It's in the red tape. Here's the thing too. There's a sweet spot in between because and Chuck knows this as well. The Chinese can build stuff in a year too because they have the same advantage the American South had in 1860. There's a lot of people that they can beat into their positions and basically force deadlines that if you don't meet, you end up dead. That being said, I am going to actually stick up for what you just said too. It doesn't prevent us, though, from emulating the ability to start removing red tape, is the fact that I don't think people realize, both in Canada and the U.S., how much tortious action prevents anything from happening. The reason there's no light rail in California is because of very, very wealthy suburbs having enough well-heeled lawyers to make some sort of environmental claim against the action. And there's got to be a point at which progress allows things to move forward, and that in Canada shares that in common with the U.S., maybe even more so, that it's like, fill out this form in triplicate, take it down to the office of no. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of that, right?
Well, for the most part, both of our countries are mired in red tape. And, with the, we need houses built. Canada needs houses built so badly, but the prices are so high, and the prices are high because of the red tape. And I think that holds true in some of the American jurisdictions as well.
Yeah. And like I said, there's got to be a sweet spot. Like I said, there's got to be that sweet spot between
100%.
Making sure people are safe and then literally giving somebody a job in an office to fill out paperwork. And there's a big
Well, Jimmy, that's the big thing. Number one, making sure people are safe. We don't want to put up buildings and have them fall down right away or have somebody get hurt. That's not they have to be safe. But sometimes I think we just push it too far, and there's too many bureaucrats standing in the way of progress.
Well, yeah, and the other thing is too, Chuck, and this drives me absolutely nuts, is that, safety is not the same thing as I don't want a truck rolling through my neighborhood. I don't want new construction. I don't want zoning changed in my neighborhood because, I'm willing to support all these wonderful initiatives and agenda, unless, of course, it's next to me, and then I don't want it either. So much of what is being, we can get into the weeds on this, but you know what I'm talking about. I also wanted to ask you, from your own kind of what you're seeing personally up there in Canada, is there anything, Dean and I have been talking for the better part of 2 to 3 years about this. We said there's a certain point when the capacity drops enough, you'll begin to see a turn in the trucking market. What are you looking for in your neck of the woods? What would let you know that Canada had finally turned the corner? Anything in particular?
Well, number one, we have Toronto, especially. I live just outside Toronto. Toronto is a very, very unique city, only because it is so well served logistically, and you have this concentration. And remember, we're 40 million people in this country. We're about exactly 10% of your population. But where America has your population spread out, here it's all concentrated mostly in Ontario, Quebec, a little bit in Alberta, and the lower mainland of British Columbia around Vancouver. But those are smaller populations. Toronto, I would say Toronto and Ontario and Quebec alone, and all going up and down the same highway, you probably have about 10 million people at least. So you have the shippers, you have the truckers, and everybody is well served, but you have a great concentration of truckers and logistics companies. So you could move a skid from Toronto to Los Angeles that picks up on Monday, a 2,000-pound skid, picks up in Toronto on Monday or on Friday, and it is delivered in Los Angeles or San Francisco, the other end of the continent, by at the latest Tuesday morning, and you could do it for about $400 because I don't think there's a lot of cities that have that, which is good for the shipper, but it's not always good for the carrier because there's so much competition.
Chuck Snow has joined us this morning. Hater of groundhogs, at least today. CEO, trucking guru extraordinaire. What do you got going on? What's happening this week for you? And then we got about 20 seconds here. Chuck, what are you doing this week?
Well, we're doing our podcast for tomorrow night, the Rates and Lanes podcast with my friend and partner, Rico Muhammad. We're doing that. And then I'm going to be going up to the barn to take a look at some of my old trucks and maybe do a little bit of work on a couple of them, get them ready for spring for the shows.
Exciting stuff, and we'll see you at some of those shows as well. We got big stuff planned, big stuff cooking. Chuck Snow, of course, thank you so much for your time, my brother. We'll get you back on for the long-form conversation as we always do. Thank you, Chuck.
I look forward to it. Stay safe. Catch you on the flip-flop.
Good morning again, everybody. Dave Nemo with you here in the Fast Sports Studios in the historic Degas House in New Orleans, along with Jimmy Mack and Phone Master Dre. And Cliff Abbott is joining us here this morning.
Cliff in the house.
Yeah, he's, Cliff from his music. He's got 6 albums of original music out, and you may be reading his articles in The Trucker. And Cliff, good morning. I read your article entitled, Knowing Your Cost Per Mile is Business Basics. Cliff, we were talking with Carla Rose from ATRI a little while ago, and she said, when we go to these shows, it's funny how people don't know who we are. It's funny how your topic this morning in that article, we were doing that 20, 30 years ago. It's impossible for me to understand that people don't know this and they're still out there. It must blow your mind.
Well, it's amazing. Good morning to everybody, first of all.
Good morning.
You've got, I've always said you've got 2 kinds of owner-operators out there. You have the one that is truly a business owner, an entrepreneur, and they take the time to learn and to manage that business. And then you have the other person who they just want a truck. They want the freedom of choosing what color they want, how much chrome they want, and what loads they want. And they just treat it like a job, and when the paycheck or the settlement comes in, they treat it like a paycheck, and ultimately, those are the ones who get in trouble.
Yeah, that's really something. I remember going back to the 70s on the radio, Cliff, where guys, I remember this guy called up and said his company just bought all green trucks, and I refused to drive a green truck, and he left the company. And of course, we had a lot of
business decision.
Yeah. It's funny what motivates people. And we've all done stuff that don't make sense, of course. But what are So where does so I'm an owner-operator. I'm making pretty good money, but it don't even slow up when it gets to me. You know, that's an old Roy Clark line, you know. So is there a starting place for somebody who's pretty much a great driver? You got to be a pretty good driver to qualify to even own a truck. So you're going to be really good in one aspect of the business, but the business aspect of the business is where you fall behind. Is there a starting place?
Well, yeah. To me, it's understanding that it's a totally different skill set. You might be a great driver. You do a wonderful job. You're a credit to the industry, but that doesn't mean you have the skills to run a business. So if you don't have those skills, you need to either get help, you pay for those skills, or you have somebody teach you those skills, or you suffer. That's the whole thing to me, is that people don't understand that you might not be a good cook. Maybe you don't feed yourself well. That doesn't mean you're a bad driver. It means it's another skill set that you have to learn.
Indeed. And correct me if I'm wrong, because I've never been a truck driver. I've never wanted to drive a truck. You've probably never wanted to do a radio show. But I've hung around with drivers for half of my life. I forgot what I was going to ask you, Cliff. I've been around too long a little bit. But you can do this. You can become an owner-operator on paper. You can run a dummy company as a company driver. You can do that for a year, maybe 2 years. You know your customers. You get to meet your customers. You start building a team. And I think that might be the way to start before you even think about purchasing a truck. With that in mind, start building your team, because you got to have a team, right?
Absolutely. I tell people one thing to do is, when you work for a carrier, look at the different departments that carrier has. They have a safety department. They've got a accounts receivable, a billing department. They've got a maintenance department. When you own a truck, when you buy that business, you have to wear every single one of those hats, which means you either have to learn how to do the functions that come out of that department, or you have to hire somebody to do that for you. And there's a lot of services that are reasonable that help, guide you through that stuff. But those tasks have to be taken care of. And the problem is, Dave, when you're behind the wheel, it's all consuming sometimes. You're dealing with the problems and trying to make the miles and get the load there, and taking the time to actually think about all the other parts of that business is sometimes hard to fit in.
Even good news can become bad news, because good news can get in the way of what you're doing as well as bad news can, in a sense, you know what I mean? The focus. I remember back when deregulation hit, what I was calling, and this was in no way derogatory, I was calling them kitchen table companies, where a guy's been on the road a lot for years. He decides to become an owner-operator. Guess who becomes the office manager? His wife, who probably has a job too, plus she's taking care of kids, plus the house, and now she's the office manager while he's out on the road. But that worked for a while, because he did have somebody.
The loads as well, they're trying to help keep the business going and doing a little dispatching. So some businesses work very well with that, and if you're blessed to have a spouse that has those kind of skills, hey, go for it. But, it still has to be done one way or another.
If you go to thetrucker.com, you'll see the article. Cliff just put it out a couple of days ago, I guess. It's called Owner Ops, Knowing Your Cost Per Mile is Business Basics. Well, it's basic to me that we're going to have you back, Cliff. Can't wait.
All right. I'm looking forward to it.
Cliff Abbott, everybody. Go to thetrucker.com. The article is Owner Ops, Knowing Your Cost Per Mile is Business Basics.
We'll be right back on the other side of this break, guys. Go to truckdown.com, get out of that ditch, get back on the road. They've been doing it since 1997. Make sure you head on over there and figure out which 50 states and 8 provinces apply to you. Truckdown.com. We'll be right back.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering. Remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawy.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Take a breath and settle in for a bit of the long haul on Nemo Nation.
Dave, it's already 8:30 in the morning.
It is indeed.
Let that sink in on you for a while as we hurtle through time and space through Nemo Nation. We still got some quality stuff coming up here, as a matter of fact. In fact, one of our favorite people, a real friend of the show, is going to be joining us in uno momento. But I just want to kind of take a moment here to remind people that stay in touch with us. Go to RadioNemo.com, subscribe over there, hit that thumbs up button on the YouTube, hit that thumbs up button on the Book of Face. If you're listening on iHeart, good morning to everybody, especially you Australians out there who were dropping in on Dean and checking out what the world was like here in the American trucking transportation sector. We now move into a different part of the show after the fast-paced fury of the first half hour of guests. We now kind of go to a little bit of a longer form and get a chance to talk with some of our friends and give them a chance to breathe into the conversations.
Oh, yeah!
It is time to bring a great friend of the show on to the program to talk about his own great show, Stay in Your Lane, the Stay in Your Lane podcast. And, of course, we're talking about John Mahle, the Senior Sales Executive with Triple Tree Transport, and, of course, the host of the Stay in Your Lane podcast. Hey, John, good morning. And before we get rolling, I wondered if you had any message for Punxsutawney Phil this morning.
6 more weeks, John.
You know what? Winter came here in the Midwest early. December was cold. Now we got a bunch of snow, and it's extremely cold. I'm ready for spring.
March 20.
I got to tell you, John, I am so there with you, brother. I don't know what it is, and I don't think it's just been the weather here, which has been. We've had a couple of days where it has snapped genuinely cold, and I think telling you 22 degrees with a 13-degree wind chill factor is cold anywhere, especially when you're by a lake. So I don't feel bad saying that. It isn't like me saying 45 degrees or anything like that. But I got to tell you, I can't even imagine what you guys are dealing with. I have never been thinking about a hot summer day by the pool as much these last couple of weeks as I have in a long time. How about yourself?
You know, it's bad. You know, it's bad when it goes above negative temps and you think it's gotten warmer. When you recognize, hey, it's not so bad today. Mm-hmm. And you look at the car and it's 8 degreys.
Oh yeah, when you stay in the bathroom
for all the truckers
longer.
out there. Oh yeah, or the cold seat. For all the truckers out there, God love them. Be safe, stay warm, be careful. It is definitely hard. It makes a hard job even more difficult.
John, what are you digging into this week? What are you digging into over the next couple of weeks on your podcast? As you talk with industry insiders, as you kind of check in with friends across the country, what are the trends that you're looking at, and what are you going to be discussing?
Well, I just taped one Friday, so 3 days ago, with Eric Starks at FTR. You know Eric?
I do. I know the name. I have never met him, but I know him by sight and I know him by voice. So yes.
Great guy. We're in a difficult spot here as we're coming out of this. Things are going up, but manufacturing isn't up yet. Shipping volumes aren't up. So, he's predicting, and we're talking, we looked at truck production, we looked at the driver scenario, and I think the driver scenario is going to become more of an issue in the second half of this year when things do start to rebound and come back. I think that's the key.
John, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to make a statement, and you tell me if I got this right. This is kind of where Dean and I fall, and I think from what you're saying, you're falling there too. In this economy, right now, if you're driving steady, you're winning. Those guys have put themselves in a terrific position, which means they have weathered the storm of the overcapacity. They have weathered the storm of people sticking around a lot longer than they used to stick around. Anybody who's got wheels turning and is earning right now in this particular situation is not only winning right now, but they have real opportunities coming up. But for a lot of other people, we're not quite there yet. Is that a fair assessment?
I would agree with that 100%.
I feel very smart. John Mahle told me 100%. I feel very smart. I'll take a caveat too. I'm always happy to take a caveat. Hit me, brother.
Here's the caveat. Anything happens between now and the recovery, the gloves are off. We're already seeing low frequency lanes be extremely expensive, where you can't get somebody on it on a regular basis. Those are up. The spot market spiked up overall, and I think this is the difficult thing to understand. When you see Craig Fuller at FreightWaves talking about 13% tender rejection across the board, I think it's much worse in some segments. I think the refrigerated capacity is much tighter than that, and relatively speaking, I'd say it's probably in the low 20%. Where when we look at an overall picture, we get van, we get flatbed, we get reefer, and it's an average of it all. I think it's much more volatile on the refrigerated side than frozen.
Where is that volatility coming from? Why do you think it's more volatile? And okay, I'm going to ask with a caveat. John and I, by the way, Dave, when we actually talk off the air, we're constantly caveating conversations. But I'm kind of curious here. When it comes to the refrigerated market, do you think it is the way it is because the people who are in it are doing well? That's the one kind of green shoot here.
No. I think there's been so much capacity that's left, and if you look at it from it's almost a recession-proof area. It's the hardest job to fill from a driver perspective because you're not getting regular sleep. You're loading exempt commodities at times, produce or other products, right? If you're loading flowers, produce, et cetera, nursery, anything of that nature. Your loading and unloading is longer, and your attention to what's in the trailer is so much more. So, it's a lot more responsibility on the driver, and it's a harder job to fill because you're a lot of the time hitting food service deliveries. So, I think it's just a more difficult segment overall, and the driver job is harder to fill. And I would argue that it's probably been hit harder by the driver policy changes than any other segment in the industry.
Interesting. That is a very different.
Dave, what do you think?
That's
I don't know what to think after listening to you guys, to tell you the truth. But what do you mean by driver policy, though? I don't exactly.
Well, what I mean is when they're cracking down on CDLs that aren't legit.
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all know that the reefer job, maybe the refrigerated and food service deliveries, might be the hardest job in the industry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the combination.
You know, it's one.
Yeah, really quickly, John. So so if I'm hearing you correctly, and please correct me if I'm hearing you correctly. Given the fact that the way that the policy changes have been happening on a national scale through the federal government, and given the skill set that is required to fill that job, that has made it an incredibly kind of tough racket to kind of put in place, and the policies the companies have to put in place make it even more difficult, not difficult, rigorous is a better word, to make sure those jobs are properly filled, right?
Absolutely. I think it's a job that, you know, if you're a Class A CDL holder and you want to drive a truck, it's going to be the most demanding on you.
Understood.
As an individual.
Understood.
So I think that those jobs were more than, you know, a lot of those jobs were available and more available from a driving perspective, and I think that's just I think that you're doing so much from a food perspective and feeding the country and the population that at some level it becomes recession proof because people still have to eat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Inventories are at 20 some year lows. The discussion is if freight stopped moving from a food perspective, the grocery stores would all be emptied in 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and by the way, that's an improvement over what it was during the pandemic. That's the other thing as well too. People don't realize that, you know, one of the things they realized during the pandemic was by the way, I don't know if people know this, that in order to make grocery stores more filled, they had to have less warehouse space. So they still occupy the same real estate, but they basically cut the back end warehouse in half. And then the pandemic happened, so then you had to figure out some way to have last mile deliveries, so people started buying up warehouses as well. But even with that in place, it's only giving them it's a 2.5 to 3 day cushion, right? And then it gets really scarce really fast, right?
Exactly. So, you know, the average cold storage in this country was 47 years old?
That was a disaster.
Think about that. So there's not enough cold storage capacity. And then the method of cold storage distribution has changed to where it's no longer just dragging in truckloads and distributing it out of there. They're turning that product multiple times a week, and then the receiver, the grocery store, only wants that product delivered in smaller quantities instead of full truckloads. They may go to half truckloads 2 or 3 times a week. So this game has changed, and it takes more trucks, more equipment, and more work to make that happen.
Well, and the other thing is that the one thing they won't do that no grocery store in its right mind will do is pass the cost on to its customers. It will fight every single urge because they work at such small profits. Most grocery stores work at incredibly razor-thin profits. So passing that on could be a disaster because you get destroyed by the guy down the block. So you can't even do a thing where you start paying people more money to bring the stuff.
I think you have to take the COVID era and cut it before it starts and cut it after it ends and throw that out the window, because the grocery stores made a killing during COVID.
Oh yeah, that's a different story. That's a different story.
So I don't think I think we got to take the COVID, and you know, when I see 5-year numbers, and I know 2 years of that's COVID, to me that you know it'll be another 100+ years before we hear the word pandemic, right? Or should be. Because historically, you have to go back more than 100 years to find a pandemic. So I think you have to throw that away and look at real numbers right now. Truck production's down. Truck cost is high. A lot of carriers aren't replacing equipment. A lot of carriers are closing their doors because they aren't going to replace the equipment. Because for the rates they've been hauling for till now, it doesn't justify it. So you start talking about how long you're going to wait for a refrigerated trailer when it does turn, Manufacturing is going to be behind. It's going to be a tough pull. We're already seeing it. But the next, I'd say, 5 months are going to be crucial to make it and be successful. I think a lot of the brokers are going to suffer immensely.
It's going to be. I don't know if you know this. The General Wellington, in the aftermath of Waterloo, said it was the closest run thing I'd ever seen. And of course, it's a British way of saying, we came that close. This next quarter is going to be an absolute gut check. But if you can get through it, we can get to the other side. We've gotten to the other side of the interview, John. Tell people where they can go, although I would tell people to go to hell if they bring any more cold weather down to me. But tell people where they can go and how they can find out more about you.
Well, www.TTTransport.com. And from there, there's links to the podcast. There's links to all company information. We're a 100% employee-owned company, started by an owner-operator in 1988. So we're geared towards our owner-operators. And I think that, truthfully, just saying it, we're the exception.
Well, that's why we have you on the show, John. No joke. Seriously,
thank you.
Dead serious. TTTransport.com. If you go there, everything else you need to find out, including the podcast, the YouTube presence, and all the other groovy stuff, John will be there. He's been as good a friend to this show as you can possibly imagine, and we can't wait to have you back. Brother, get through the rest of the day. Get through your week. We're rooting for you, and we're thinking of you, okay?
Hey, stay warm.
Oh, absolutely.
Stay warm and stay safe.
Thank you, John. John Mahle.
Yeah. Hey.
Mark Schremmer has been a journalist in Kansas and Missouri for 25 years. He covers everything from the city council meetings to professional sports, and since then, he has been over at Landline. He is the senior editor over there and one of our favorite people, a good dude, too. He and his lady are really kind of are in the community, making things happen, taking care of folks, and he knows that all politics is local, and so are all communities, and it's good to have Mark Schremmer back. Good morning to you, sir.
Hey, I'm glad to be back. Thanks for having me.
So we have to ask this question. Dave and I have been asking it. Cold enough for you? How bad is it?
Well, it's over the weekend, some of the days, it's that drip the faucet type of season overnight, so the pipes don't freeze. So I guess that's a good way to describe it. But, Kansas City, we're used to it. I mean, I feel like we get the extremes on both ends here, in the Midwest.
Yeah, and by the way, I mean, you people also go to football games outside in literally what I would call like what's between the American Midwest and the North Pole, barbed wire. I mean, that's about the extent of that, and it's like so.
I mean, if you remember that playoff game a couple of years ago at Arrowhead in Kansas City against Chiefs and the Dolphins, I mean, there were literally people ended up like losing like fingers and toes from that game because they were out there. There were people in flip flops out there,
and put them in glass cases.
5.
People have glass cases on their fire mantles with their toes inside of it, being like, "I gave my toes to the Chiefs." I remember Kelsey's brother ripping off his shirt and grabbing some kid from inside the booth and being like, "Yeah, we win!" And I'm like, "You're gonna die." They're going to have to do it.
That's in the meme Hall of Fame, I think. I'm pretty
sure. So how is the Hall of Fame of trucking going? Because Jamie's going to be on here in short order, right on the other side of all of this stuff. So Jamie's going to be dropping in. And one of the things that we've always talked to her about, Mark, is the fact that you guys are not in a news cycle. You're in a news cyclone. It's like a fire hose has been turned on Landline, and it's not a matter of, well, what do we cover today? It's like, okay, so what do we choose, right? I mean, what are you looking at right now? What are you digging into?
Well, I mean, there's so much. I mean, and what, the issue, like, I mean, things you guys are talking about every day too. I mean, obviously this English language proficiency and non-domicile CDLs has really just been pretty much nonstop for last, I don't know, 6 months or more. I mean, it feels like it's just such a whirlwind that I woke up one day, last February, and it's the next morning. It's just been the longest day for ever, is how it kind of feels. But obviously those sorts of things, and obviously we got to be looking at Congress right now. We got new bills. I reintroduced one of the things I was looking at this morning is, they've reintroduced the Motor Carrier, the Safety Screening Modernization Act. I mean, that's something they've looked at in the past. That's coming back. We look at the idea of a highway bill coming this year, and all of the sorts of things that can go into that. And there's so many things that DOT and FMCSA are trying to do. Talked to Derek Bars late in 2025 and talked about the things that they're wanting to do as far as eliminating those CDL mills and cleaning up ELDs and the self-certification and all those problems. So there's no shortage of things to write about or talk about in trucking right now.
There's no shortage, including a driver shortage. That's really what it kind of comes down to. That's really the reality of it.
I like that tie-in. Way to go.
By the way, you're welcome to take it, run with it, make it happen. But the other thing is I need some clarification, because I think I understand what goes on. It seems that cooler heads have prevailed on Capitol Hill. Even the president was able to kind of tell his buddy Stephen Miller, you know what, dude, we're going to detach the DHS thing from the rest of this damn bill, because I don't need another government shutdown on my watch. And it looks like that the DHS thing got separated. So I don't know how well you've been tracking this, although you track everything. That $200 million down payment on truck parking looks like it might make its way finally across the finish line, because I told this to Colin Long. I feel like the offensive coordinator for trucking always gets to the 5-yard line and then can't score in the red zone. And
well, as a longtime Raiders fan, I definitely know that feeling of getting to the 5-yard line and not scoring.
Period. Not even getting the field goal. It's just like, he's like doing your Sean Payton impersonation inside of the 20. But am I understanding this correctly? They were able to detach DHS from the rest of the funding bill, and because of that, it means the other stuff will get passed while they debate and figure out what they're going to do next with DHS overall. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's my understanding. I have not as much following that part of it, but yeah, that is my understanding as well. I mean, the thing with the truck parking is that it'll be interesting. Obviously, it'd be a huge win if we get $200 million. I think it's not the money as much as it is a signal that finally Congress and federal money would say, okay, we're going to dedicate money. There's a real need to do it for this issue for the first time. But the $200 million, I think, would go away fairly fast. I mean, you could see these parking projects, how much they cost. So it's not going to, that $200 million, if it does go through, it's not going to just suddenly fix the problem nationwide. It would just more than anything
it's a down
else,
payment.
Symbolism. Yeah, exactly. It'd be that down payment and symbolism that, okay, this is a real issue that we need to dedicate real money toward. I'm not trying to act like $200 million isn't anything. I'd take it. But
I'll split it with you. I'll take half of it with you, dude. Let's do it together.
No, we could split it around the office here. We're generous people. But I think the symbolism of that and the idea that like you said, down payment's a good way to put it. That it would be a start, and that would be a huge win, for the industry for something we've been talking about 20 years. It's been a problem. Everybody agrees it's a problem, I don't know. At some point, when everybody agrees something's a problem, you should probably try to do something to fix the problem.
No, you should ignore it and kick it down the road. I mean, we did that for 4 years with the continuing resolutions. I mean, don't you realize what a continuing resolution is? I don't want to think about it. Neither do I. Let's just kick it down the road. But this really is. I mean, this has gotten so frustrating. It's like only in America would we pass the largest infrastructure transportation bill in the history of the republic and somehow manage to cut the only thing being the truck parking. It never ceases. It never ceases to amaze me. It's funny too because I got a chance to talk to Jim Miller over in Ohio last week, and he is working to get us an interview on here with the guy who actually formed the truck parking caucus in the House. And I wasn't even aware, Mark, that there wasn't a truck parking caucus until somebody decided to form a truck parking caucus. And I always feel like, despite the best efforts of OOIDA and despite the best efforts of many people in the industry, it always feels like, well, the truckers have put up with it for a long time, so let's help them put up with it a little bit longer. I mean, even now in the urgency of the administration and Duffy and Bars being this is the most pro-truck driver administration in regards to what's going on at the DOT. There are other places you could debate that. It still seems like parking becomes this giant afterthought, and everybody agrees that a real investment in parking, everything else would flow from that. Is that your take from what you're seeing? Do you think it would set off that cascade effect?
Yeah, I think it would, but I think what happens is, you look at the previous administration, they would try to say the right things about truck parking as well, but what they would do is say, okay, Congress didn't pass specifically truck parking, but the states can use some of these other grants and use that for truck parking if they want. But what I think happens a lot of times is these states get in, even though they recognize it's a problem, when you're looking at the general of all of your constituents of your state and all of that thing, sometimes I think the general public that aren't involved in trucking, they would look at like, oh, you're going to spend $150 million on for truck parking. What do I care? That's, and so I think that.
How's your cereal taste, a-hole? I mean.
Yeah, no, I 100%, and we need to educate the general public to not have that take. But I think that that's what happens sometimes is they want to tout these things, and I don't think it's any surprise or information to you too. You drive down the highway, the people that don't know how to drive around trucks, that they don't have. I think the majority of the general public just doesn't have a true understanding of what the supply chain means, what truck drivers do, how hard the job is, until there's no toilet paper or whatever it is. Then all of a sudden they're concerned, and we get to call them heroes for a month or two, and then everybody forgets about them again. But that's kind of a cycle that we've been in for a long time, and hopefully it's finally coming to an end.
I think what the problem too, Mark, is that there's no return on this investment in their eyes, because you're dealing with something that is pretty much hidden from the public. Nobody cares where truckers park or whether they park or not. And I did the math, back early last year, Texas, Louisiana, a few states, we're going 40 more parking spots here at this cost. And you did the math, and the parking spot winds up costing as much as the tractor trailer in the spot. And that's got to hurt. And you can't really blow up balloons and say how wonderful this is, because nobody cares.
Well, and you know why they don't care? Is because truckers have no mechanism to shut it down.
Exactly.
That's the other thing, too, is that's what has always been, I think, the big bankable thing, Mark, is the fact that it's like, well, they'll keep driving. I mean, we'll find somebody else to drive. I mean, which is stupid, by the way, because there is a pressure point. And we almost, by the way, I think a part of what is happening in the country now is I think a couple of people read the tea leaves, because you and I and Dave have been hearing it for years of, you don't know what's going on out here. Actually, I do, because you're telling me, but other people don't know what's going on out here. And sure. I think a lot of what is happening is I think a lot of people were actually reaching their breaking point and were being like, you know what? I'm done.
Look, if they had the mechanism that we have now, back during the Arab oil embargo in the mid-'70s, I don't know what this country would look like because the trucking industry would have shut down. I used to get faxes. I have 3 or 4 faxes a night. Shut down August 23rd, and nobody, and of course there's no source, there's no name or number. It's just, but these truck stop flyers were everywhere. If they had an organization behind that, oof.
I just wish there was some large organization with a lot of political muscle that could actually, those guys could join either as an association or as a union. I can't think of the association and I can't think of the union.
I can't think of it. I can't think.
Well, we all should join a team, or should we all get a big O for the big goose egg that always happens around here? Mark Schremmer, we have kept you on too long. We've kept ourselves on too long. We love you. There's nothing you can do about it. You can find his byline at landline.media. Are you on the Twitters and the tweets and all that other nonsense?
Yeah, I believe it's Mark _Schremmer at Landline on Twitter. So yeah, you can find me on there and stuff too. I'm probably not as active on it as I should be, but I do post some there occasionally as well.
And by the way, if you're listening to this right now, you know he's not a friend of Hugo Chavez, nor is he an agent of the Kremlin. He's a real person out there. Thank you, Mark. We love you. Get out of here. Hit the bricks.
All right. Have a good one.
All right. Speaking of the bricks to have to be hit, breaking news herself is going to be arriving on the scene here in uno momento. Jami Jones is headed your way. Hey, guys, man, I got a great story, by the way, about hanging out with policemen, Dave. A really crazy story about 2 transsexual prostitutes that beat up a guy who then asked the police to call me. Ask me about it later.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
It's Nemo Nation, a show that moves as fast as American transportation. So buckle up, because here we go.
We got Long Haul Paul calling in here, by the way. We want to let him drop on in and say good morning to you guys before Jami Jones slides in. We have a little bit more time in this half hour, Dave, if I'm looking at the schedule properly. A little more room to maneuver than we usually do. So we're going to drop Paul in. Good morning to you. Congratulations again. I don't know if Dave knows the news. I think he does. But for those people who haven't heard, Paul is the opening act, the warm-up for the big show at Matt's, brought to you by Bennett.
Fantastic. I did not know that.
So good morning, Paul. Welcome aboard as always. Good to have you back. What's going on out there in Long Haul Paul land?
Good morning, Jimmy. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning.
I want to say I love it that you've got John Mahle on there. John Mahle and Triple T, they were my go-to people back in the 90s and early aughts when I was an owner-operator. And believe it or not, some of the top management where I work, they cut their teeth at Triple T. So they really are the exception. That's not just hype. They're good people. And I'm glad you're giving him a platform.
Well, the other thing is, too, you know how we know Paul means it? Because he don't work for them anymore. That's how we know Long Haul Paul means it. That's the thing. It ain't like he's calling it bread, butter his bread. It ain't like, oh, well, they're terrific and they should continue to keep me on contract. It's just a matter of, he's just a good guy. Just a good guy. You know that when we had our groundbreaking party here at the DAT Guy house, he said, "Well, when's that going to be?" And I said, "It's a week from now." He said, "My wife and I'll see you in a week." And they showed up. They just came down here and showed
Really?
up. That's the kind of people. That's the kind of people John Mahle is. He loves truck drivers. He loves them. He can't. I mean, he cannot get enough of them. And and you heard him talking about reefer and how difficult reefer can be. And you heard him. He's got a unique understanding where he sits. He doesn't. He knows the profession of which he sells, of which he moves, and which he shakes in. He's a good dude. So, absolutely.
I enjoy the intelligent conversations you have, and I tune in frequently. Keep up the good work.
Thank you so much, LHP. And by the way, I am drinking from the Barstow Blend SAE 30 LHP cup. Thank you so much, Long Haul Paul. Appreciate you.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Breaking news!
Breaking news is right, of course, and breaking news means, of course, that Jamie Jones, Managing Editor Extraordinaire, Grand Poobah S, Chieftain, I don't know what the word is for that. Chiefy? The Chiefy is here. Jamie Jones is here. She actually has come up for air, and I asked this to Schremmer, and I'll ask it to you too as well. How frozen is your tuchus?
Oh man, it is absolutely terrible up here right now. I am not a fan. This is as far north as I go. Period. Full stop.
That's it. That's what Jamie has to report. Thank you for your time today, Jamie. We'll all be dead in a half an hour. I swear to God, on Saturday, I walked outside at like 6 in the morning and walked right back in, and I think I cursed for like 30 unbroken minutes. So I can't even imagine what you folks are putting up with here. Let me ask you a question to kind of throw you in the deep end. When it comes to weather events like this, what kind of impact does that have on how you guys prioritize? Look, I mean, there are great weather sources out there. We've got friends who have their own podcast about the weather and keep people up. But what responsibility do you guys take? How much do you pivot towards weather news when it gets like this?
I think the whole trick is defining this. What is this? And, because we can have road closures all over the country at any given point for any given reason. And so we really kind of have to watch out for making sure that we're reporting on truck-dominant routes and things like that, and it's going to be closed for more than a weekend. There's just some criteria that we throw on top of it, but the big thing is to always remember, even though we're staying here on the edge of the Kansas City Metro, this is not all the news that we report. Just because we can see it out our front window does not mean that that's all the news that we're focused on.
Yeah, it's a tough call, isn't it? Because you may have a situation where a lot of side roads, a lot of side routes, a lot of stuff that doesn't really impact the transportation industry is actually really taking it hard, but that the general sort of interstates and routes and all that stuff is fairly clear, so you don't have to kind of cover that. It also seems like in times of when you have genuine disasters, like what's unfolding in Nashville right now, what unfolded with the California wildfires, when there are emergency exemptions being put into place for people running routes into certain areas, all of that kind of stuff seems to be kind of where you kind of have to turn your focus. I'm getting that right, aren't I? You can always say, you don't know what the hell you're talking about, Jimmy, shut up. Did we lose Jamie? We lost Jamie. And by the way, that might be part of
I'm glad we lost her. I'm glad that wasn't her response.
Yeah. Yeah, Jimmy, shut up. It's like, I don't even want to talk to you. We got her back. There she is. Hey, Jamie, sorry about that. How much did you miss?
Just enough.
Basically,
we can't repeat it, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, basically, it can't be repeated on air once again. No, the basic question is, so you guys, you're looking at when there are exemptions, state emergencies, that kind of stuff, when you're looking at serious road closures, like literally the blockades going down in Wyoming, floodwaters that actually reach the top of bypasses and overpasses on the interstate. That's the kind of stuff you guys have to focus on when it comes to weather. It's not that you don't care, but you've got to serve the constituency that actually does the reading and that you impact, right?
Absolutely. And it's always tricky on that front because the one person that you don't cover something that misses out on that news, you do actually worry about that. But I mean, we have to draw the line in the sand somewhere. But we do have also under our resources tab on our landline.media website, you can check on all of the exemptions and major closures. We keep those posted on there.
Okay. So we just got finished talking to Schremmer about the fire hose, the continuing fire hose that you guys are dealing with. And the other thing I wanted to ask you about from a process standpoint, because I know our listeners are interested too, Mark and I were talking a little bit about what's going on in Capitol Hill in regards to the truck parking. He actually made reference to there's so much to talk about the the ELP, all of that stuff that we've been talking about. How do you go about the business of helping a reporter get up to speed in regards to their expertise in a certain area? Because Tyson's really kind of distinguishing himself as kind of a law whisperer, is that he's able to kind of explain the law and a lot of the lawsuits and a lot of the appeals process in a way that maybe the other reporters don't kind of gravitate to. How do you make decisions in regards to story assignment and what you guys will cover?
That's one of the things that we really, really focus on at Landline is focusing our content on who cares and why. It's too easy to miss the bigger picture and just have the news, if you will, when we don't talk about what it means to the men and women in the seat of those trucks going up and down the highway. That's what we set ourselves apart, by being able to break that stuff down to the seat level.
All right. So let me just ask you this too. So what in regards to like this week and next week in regards to story assignment and what people are going to be looking at, are you keeping a close eye on, and who's going to be covering what?
We're going to be watching a lot of Congress right now. This is the year for a highway bill for effort to start on that front. So there's going to be a lot of these standalone bills that lawmakers are angling to get included in the mega highway bill. So we're going to be watching any and all of that being introduced because we know what the ulterior motive is, and we're ready to cover it from that level.
Okay. And then finally, as my final question before Dave's got one or two things for you, I was kind of curious in regards to what you were actually ramping up your own editorial powers for, because every once in a while, Jami's got a fastball or a really kind of hard screwball coming. Is there anything that you're going to kind of ramp up that you're going to be turning your writing skills towards in terms of your big picture kind of writing that you do from time to time?
A lot of it for the March-April issue is going to focus on exactly what I just talked about, what's coming down the pike at you. And we want to be sure and set ourselves apart as being able to do that because we'll be taking those bonus issues to the Louisville show, other things. And we want to make sure that not only are you going to get the God's honest truth to the truck drivers in the seats, you're going to be able to get it for free. So we're going to have a big marketing campaign this year that we're going to make sure people who want this information are able to get to it.
And speaking of marketing campaigns and information, you and I have been talking for a little bit, and we're going to probably be able to launch this in the next couple of weeks and probably hopefully have it up before Matt's, or at least right around Matt's. We've been cooking up something, a 2 to 3 minute kind of news bumper that we've been kind of talking about the week that was or the week that is, depending on how we kind of land there. that's really going to be a tough haul for both of us, in the sense that we've got to figure out in this fire hose environment how to kernelize everything into a 3-minute soundbite, right? I mean, where do you even begin with that? I mean, I'm actually engaged in process here on the air, using this as a meeting space because you're so damn busy, and so am I. But I mean, how do you do this now? If somebody comes over to you at a cocktail party who doesn't know jack shinola about trucking, you saying, and they said, what are the two biggest things in trucking right now? How do you answer that these days?
I think the message that we have to carry forward through on everything right now is safety. And it's because we have driver training requirements that are subpar, that need to be stronger. We have a licensing structure that's predatory. We have different things, with the English language proficiency, all these different things that truly affect safety. And it's not just the drivers, it's, other highway users, it's everybody. And so we have to focus on that and get the message across finally once and for all to Congress that, truckers have the most dangerous work environment out there. I mean, their office is scary. So we have to be truthful about what they're up against and what that means going forward.
Everything in trucking, of course. This is Dave. Jami, good morning. Anything in trucking.
In case you didn't recognize that voice. Sorry.
Everything leads back to safety. Safety is at the top of the pyramid. We know that. And we've talked about the fact that, back decades ago, you wanted safety, but there was really no way to really get it. And you tried to have safety meetings, long distance, and cassette tapes and things like that. Now it's pretty straightforward in terms of, the internet and, videos and everything. But when you keep preaching safety so much, then it becomes just a meme, I guess, to use the current expression, and it loses all of its meaning. So it's really hard to talk about safety and not talk about safety at the same time, or not sound like you're talking about safety, because I think safety is such a nebulous thing that I think people they tune out.
I do, but I also...
it's necessary.
I think it's easy. Yeah, it's
to do what you're doing,
necessary,
but it's really hard, is
it's
what I'm saying.
It's really important to talk to your non-trucking friends about these things.
Oh yeah.
You want to make it home to your family. You want to make it home for other things. This is not the end-all, be-all.
Well,
So I just think that that's where we need to educate and reframe this conversation, this trope, if you will, that truckers are all messed up and running around doing dangerous stuff. That's a very, very small percentage.
Well, and the other thing is, too, Dave talked about the old kind of adage used to be get her done. I'm actually coming to believe now, knowing what I know about that generation, and Dave's talked about them, too, a bunch of guys who came home from the Vietnam War and said, I just want to be left alone finally, leave me the hell alone. I think the whole get her done mentality, I don't think it was a work ethic. I think it was an excuse to be left alone. I got to stay out here on the road and get her done, and that way you won't bother me. But now we're so bothering these people inside of their cabs on a regular basis, I might as well get home and enjoy some. Yeah. At least I can control the quiet in my household.
It was a personal motivator, not an industry motivator.
Exactly. It was a personal motivator to stay out there on the road as long as. Go ahead, Jami.
That's part of a conversation that Dave and Todd Spencer had.
Mm-hmm.
About what the allure was about coming out of the military and hopping in a truck.
Mm-hmm.
So, we understand that, but that still doesn't mean you don't want to be safe.
Well, I think picking up on one of your points, and we're almost out of time here, so we'll pick this up maybe at another time, but I've made the point that if a guy in a four-wheeler does something stupid out on the road, you say, look at that idiot, look at that guy, look at that girl. You never say, look at that Toyota Corolla. But if a truck
except
driver
for Toyota
does
Corollas,
it,
except for,
if a truck driver does it, it's never, look at that dumb truck driver. It's, look at that truck. Oh, that truck pulled me over. That truck, forced me over. It's always the
same truck. It's the same truck. I don't mean that it literally is the same, but it's the same truck. It's trucking.
It's trucking.
It's trucking did this to me, not this driver.
Mm-hmm.
Trucking did this to me. And even though I have not even seen or even acknowledged the hundreds, if not thousands of trucks I've seen over the course of the week, trucking did that to me. And that's what sticks. Jami, we got to take off, my sister. You and I will talk soon. How you feeling? How's the world treating you?
Hey, doing a lot better. Finally got some first of the year health crises out of the way and on the mend now. So
fantastic.
That's all I can do.
Love you. We'll talk soon. Hang in there. And as we always say here, we love you, and there ain't nothing you can do about it. Thank you, Jami Jones.
Thank you. All right, later.
Okay. Good morning again, everybody. Dave Nemo with you. Jimmy Mack, of course. Andre is here, Phone Master Dre. And Mike Roeth is joining us from NACFE, the North American Council on Freight Efficiency. And we're asking the question, do you want to murder Punxsutawney Phil, or do you want me to do it?
Yeah. Somebody needs to do it.
Yeah, we're in for the long haul. I was talking about the fact that the Great Lakes have much more, more than double the icing that they normally have this year. So that polar vortex is going to have just an ice slick to go over to keep that cold temperature as low as possible for the month. So it's going to be a rough one. But boy, you guys are going to be all over the place out west this month. And one of the things I thought we might take a look at this morning briefly, Mike, is the events that NACFE is going to this year. We've been talking about Mid-America, you've got all of that. But there are all kinds of other exhibitions and conventions that are going on that you guys are part and parcel of. Some of them I've never heard of before, like Distributech. Which is starting today out in San Diego. And someone we mentioned a couple weeks ago, Amelia Sibley, is going to be out there speaking. She is the Emerging Technologies Consultant. So what is Distributech? Why are you guys there?
Yeah, well, let me start by saying, truck drivers do their job in the cabs of trucks. Other people do their jobs in places. We do our work at conferences and truck shows because it's the place where we get the information we use to then share what we've learned for the industry, as well as then, explain what we think we know and what the industry ought to do about things. So, it's just a big part of what we do. And so, this week, Amelia's at Distributech in San Diego. That's like the state fair for utilities. Huge exhibition, many meeting rooms and discussions, and she'll be on a panel talking about electric trucks and how these things are, starting to emerge in heavy-duty tractors, mainly return to base, but also in some cases where, they can find charging in the wild and stay out a second night before they have to go home.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you something, because this came up a little bit earlier on the program, Mike. The data centers that they are building, data centers just suck electricity out of the atmosphere. I mean, my God, they are black holes of energy. Is trucking going to be threatened by these things in terms of distribution and in terms? Okay, you said it.
Yes and no is my answer to that. So they are definitely at increased demand that's causing more need to generate electricity at the utilities. Now, what trucking needs is not that consistent electricity need, electricity work that or demand that they get.
Mm-hmm.
What happens is the data centers increase the amount of electricity that's needed 24/7. And then trucking comes in and says, okay, well, we need charging at this time, whether it's overnight or during the day or whatever. So we have much more of a variable load that then the fleets and the utilities can figure out how to piece it in. So it's sort of like, there's fixed need by the data centers, and then we can come in and be that variable need. So we can manage our charging in trucking to not have the huge need. So it's actually a good thing that data centers are needing capacity, because that raises the amount of electricity that's available then for trucking in some of our efforts. So that's an interesting question. Back to the shows, I'm leaving tomorrow to Vegas to go to the American Truck Dealers.
Yeah.
And I'm really excited to speak there and share what we learned, on all kinds of technologies, including biodiesel and renewable diesel there.
Mm-hmm. Will you be kind of reviewing the messy middle there as well?
Yeah, I will. So I'm going to be in Vegas 10 days. I'm going to try to avoid gambling on the Super Bowl the weekend I'm being over. I'm not a gambler, so I think I'll safe, but I'm at 3 events there, and all 3 will be talking about what we learned with the run and what we're continuing to learn as we mine the data and really get into all the details. So those 3 events is kind of interesting. You have the American Truck Dealers, and then a Geotab large event on telematics, and then finally an entrepreneurial sort of technology event called Manifest, where we'll be talking about the future a lot more than the present day.
Yeah, ecosystems, innovation, transformation is a great word, transforming supply chains and logistics. And you'll be speaking at that as well.
Yeah, I'm speaking at all 3. So, it's just what we've done with Run on Lesson, the different messy metal technologies is, it's just great data. We've talked about it all year with you guys, and it's really, I'm finding that as people get in and look at the website, watch some videos, download some data, they now want more. And so what we're doing is sharing what we've uncovered with our work on it, and that'll just continue through the first half of the year. We published a report last week on what we did with the Run on Less, kind of how we did it, and then we'll have 4 big reports every month now through June on different aspects of these technologies and how fleets are making them work, and the troubles they're having and challenges they're having in trying to do so.
And I was just thinking of something. We were talking about the weather, obviously, this morning. Just because it's cold, and, of course, the Punxsutawney Phil thing and 6 more weeks of winter. I remember John Houselot, and I can't remember how many years ago this was, but it was the first winter of biodiesel. And he calls me and says, hey, you know what? This stuff is freezing up here. And that kind of started the whole back. Are you hearing anything, or do you expect to hear something about biodiesel after this month is over?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a huge education challenge. I mean, we've had biodiesel, renewable diesel, petroleum diesel for decades. And it's a little, I'm not going to say frustrating, because I don't want to, but it's a little frustrating that we're still so ignorant on these technologies. So we know of renewable diesel opportunities to use renewable diesel, but yet the fleets are so worried about it gelling and freezing. And you have that concern with biodiesel, but not renewable diesel. It's the way they refine it and the feedstocks they use, and on and on and on. So yes, biodiesel has that issue, and it will always have that issue as it's defined. And when you get into the 10-20% blends during the winter, it can be tough. But it's not the only solution out there. And there's also ways to, in the run, we had a technology that starts the truck on petroleum diesel, so it doesn't have the gelling issue. And once the engine's up to heat and the fuel's up to heat, then you go 100% biodiesel, even if it's 20 below. And so the issue with biodiesel is when it's cold and when the fuel's cold. But if you can, run that engine and heat up the biodiesel, then you're good to go. So even in really cold temperatures, you only need a small amount of conventional petroleum diesel at the start and at the end of the day to make biodiesel at 100% work. So it's really exciting.
Reminds me of my 1958 Volkswagen when I was in high school back in the 60s, Mike. You had the little auxiliary tank, and you had to flip a switch because you didn't have a gas gauge. Maybe a little auxiliary diesel tank, huh?
Well, and that is exactly what the technology. We talk about it in it's the Frito-Lay Frito-Lay truck out of Topeka, Kansas has that exact thing.
Yeah.
That exact system on it, Dave. It's got a small conventional, regular pump diesel, could be blended with a little bit of biodiesel, and then the whole other tank is 100% biodiesel, and that's exactly how that technology works.
Boy, where there's a will, there's a way, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're seeing that, and then I think the suppliers keep bringing in innovation and interesting, and then one thing I love about trucking, why I've been in it 45 or 42 years, I guess, is that we find a way to make these good solutions work well. So they don't have to be exactly like what we're doing today, but we've got to be able to, but the industry figures things out. And that's what I'm so proud of with Run on Less Messy Middle this year, and a lot of good solutions that are working.
Mike Roeth, of course, can be found at NACFE.org. That's NACFE.org. And by the way, he has managed to maneuver through the messy middle and continues with a lot of trips and appearances this year. Can't wait to see you in the flesh, Mike. Have a good day. Survive this cold. And if you see Punxsutawney Phil, save a piece of him for me.
We'll barbecue him.
Thank you, Mike. We'll talk to you soon. We'll be back on the other side of this break. Thank you, Mike. Mike Roeth, of course, has joined us this morning. Appreciate the phone call. We'll be right back after this message. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. RadioNemo continues with Nemo Nation after this break. Really great guest to dig into for the long form coming up here soon.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
It's Monday, 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 Monday.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
We're back on Nemo Nation with another fast-paced Fastport Studios half hour.
Back with a fast-paced half hour coming up here, although it's going to be the long form. We always save the final hour and a half of our show for more in-depth conversations, and can't think of a better one to have than with the upcoming guest and the guest that she is bringing on the air. It's one of my favorite things to kind of cover because it really is a genuine conversation about culture without having to use that buzzword over and over again.
Happy 2026 from
our friend who's going to be coming up here in a second is somebody who really kind of, focuses on culture in its actual meaning. And so I can't wait to kind of dig into that. Phone lines will be open in the last hour of the show, even when Big Rig Mike gets here. But in the meantime, we pivot, as we always do, to this.
Oh, yeah.
Jane Jazrawy joins us this morning, and she's brought along some friends. BestFleetsToDriveFor.com is, we normally say CarriersEdge.com and kind of leave it at that, but BestFleetsToDriveFor.com is actually what you want to be looking at, what you want to be checking out when you have a moment to breathe. Jane, before we actually get to the friends that you brought along the way, because that's always about that. It's about the friends we make along the way. Let's have a moment of respect for Catherine O'Hara. I did get your email, and it did hit me like a ton of bricks as well too. I felt like I feel like the last couple of years have been like these kind of pockets of my childhood have been slowly kind of receding from my reality. And I have to tell you, is anybody does a better 0 to 60 of warming up as a human being than Catherine O'Hara did? I keep thinking about her in Best in Show saying, "You're going to show Binky." And I keep thinking about her in Home Alone when she stops John Candy from talking and says, "You want to give me a ride home, don't you?" So decent, and she will be missed. A Canadian treasure. A Canadian treasure.
She is. I think the entire country is sort of shocked and saddened by Catherine O'Hara's passing. She was. It was bizarre. She was an icon that you didn't really. You kind of took for granted. So Eugene Levy, who was often on Schitt's Creek. Plays her husband. He was the more obvious person. Like you saw him more. He was more. You didn't. You kind of when you're thinking of this group of Canadian actors and comedians. He was more Martin Short, Eugene Levy. They were more. They had more fame, I guess. But Catherine O'Hara was always just kind of there, and she was hilarious, and she was always, perfect. And she's been doing some great stuff in the last 10 years, so it's really going to be hard. I don't know. It's just really, really sad. And we were kind of having a little spat about who she belongs to. Like if the U.S. gets to have her, she's Canadian.
I actually, despite the fact that I'm as patriotic as the next guy, I can say without reservation that Catherine O'Hara belongs to you guys, because without you guys, she never gets famous. I mean, that whole Second City Television, that SCTV, is what made her, and that whole gang of actors, and they really were actors, whereas a lot of people on SNL were comedians and sketch writers. Those people were genuine bona fide actors, and the range that they would show in SCTV for me is it gets funnier as I get older, right from Rick Moranis's Merv Griffin impersonations. I mean, it's
Bob and Doug.
Bob and Doug. The Great White North is, and how about It Blowed Up? It blowed up real good. Do you even know that, Dre?
It blowed up real good.
Do you know that sketch?
A little bit, yeah.
If people have not seen SCTV, I think the best place to go find it is on YouTube. And there's a group of them. They're pretending to have a cable show, and it's just improv and skits. Like it's amazing, and it was something that I think every teenager in the 80s in Canada we saw it. Like it was, I think it was on the CBC. I'm not sure.
It was all the way down in New Orleans too, Jane. Same bad time, same bad channel. And I'll tell you this, man, it's just the only thing that's comparable to it is what is it? Fernwood Tonight is the only thing I can think of that even comes close to matching the insanity. Did you ever see? And really quickly, we'll get to everything else in a second. There is, John Candy played a fictional character called Johnny LaRue. at the network, and he was producing a movie that had gone grossly over budget. It was a combination of Chinatown and Apocalypse Now called Polynesian Town. And what was really funny about it was that Dr. John was one of the stars of it. And it was the actual Dr. John playing himself in Johnny LaRue's out-of-control production of Polynesian Town. And it was the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in my life, and I'll never forget it. So, okay, that's it. We miss Catherine O'Hara. She's a remarkable woman. She was a national treasure of Canada, and her like will not be
Rest in
seen
peace.
anytime soon. By the way, what's really cool about SCTV too is that was a remarkable culture because they all supported each other. They ended up in each other's movies. They were all very close friends, and it's why that all worked. In many ways, you are looking at trucking companies that do the same thing, correct?
That is correct. That is, and we have that's what we do with Best Fleets to Drive For. It starts in September with the nominations, and we do interviews and the fleets do driver surveys throughout October, November, and December, and then we have a very fast-paced scoring in the beginning of January, and we announce our top 20 at the end of January. So that just happened. And we have a top 20, and we have one of our top 20 fleets on with us today.
And by the way, it's a fleet whose headquarters that Dave and I have visited. We've actually been there and we've spent a day there at the Minnesota Vikings training camp, which meant me as a New Orleanian had to walk into their Hall of Fame and see the Minnesota Miracle get an absolute room to itself, and I haven't recovered from that. But other than that, we love Brenny Transportation. Would you care to do the honors of introduction here, Jane?
Sure. I have Cara Goebel, who's the Director of Driver Referral and Training at Brenny Transportation. And I also have, hold on.
Camilla Strand.
My last-minute addition.
Camilla Strand is joining us.
Strand, who's our
Thanks for letting me tag along.
and driver support.
Welcome to...
Oh, yeah. Thank you for coming.
Welcome to you both. I'll be your traffic cop today. Dave Nemo will be asking the questions. So let's kind of begin with Cara. First of all, congratulations. You're Director of Driver Referral and Training. I want you to kind of define referral for me. I think we all know what it means, but it's not the same thing as training. And I want you to kind of establish the connection between it too, because this is one of the most important places for creating culture is how we onboard people, how we bring people on board, and then we'll pass the baton to Camilla here in a second. First of all, Cara, congratulations and welcome to Nemo Nation.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes. So the driver of director referral, recruiting has a bad name for itself. You hear a lot of people that come through that tell us that companies tell them this, and this, and then they get here and nothing happens. So we really wanted to try to turn that around a little bit and look at it as a referral. Typically when a driver calls into Brenny looking for information on hiring to be a driver here, they will get sent to me, and I will be their first point of contact, and that's where trying to get them information that they want, but also, I mean, if they need to hear from our drivers, that's kind of where the referral part comes into. We will let them talk to our drivers as well.
That's a crucial step too, by the way, because I've always said that when anybody runs a spot, any carrier runs a spot with us, I always feel really good about it when they say, hey, we'll take care of it. We're going to actually have our drivers do testimonials. And the idea of talking to drivers as well, you allow them to become the best recruiters you have available, but then they can also, as we'll see in a second, I'm sure Camilla will point out, they become great trainers. The idea that it's almost like creating a flexible system, correct? You want to create a system where everybody can do everything. That it's not their area of specialty, but if somebody needs them to step forward and say, here's what we do and here's who we are, everybody's on the same page. How do you create that culture?
Treating them
in
like
our
they
safety
want
department.
to be. Oh.
Sorry, go ahead, Cara. Nope.
I was just going to say, how do we make that culture happen? I think just being nice to them. I always say so Camilla is our driver support person. And when I tell you happy, go lucky, always has a smile on her face, doesn't matter what the situation is, but our drivers seem to flock to our department. I don't know if that's the right word to use, but they like to come to the safety department. We're here for them. It doesn't matter what is going on. There is a stop. We have a driver here. We talk to them. We hang out with them. Anything
Catch up on
that
all the things.
anything. Their family.
If
How
we're
was your
just
week?
chatting, or if we're getting them caught up on the latest app or the training or anything that's going on. So they'll come in for 5 minutes to 45 minutes sometimes. Sometimes we don't get our work done, but it's okay because that's part of what we do. We're here for them.
Jane, I'm gonna point out something. I like your thoughts, and then we'll turn it back over to these wonderful people. I've always said that you can tell a really healthy culture when people are actually in a Howard Hawks film, in that they're finishing each other's sentences. That they're that's how you kind of know. But it really is, Jane. I mean, so much. Can you kind of remind our listeners what you guys are looking for? But the idea, as I said in Education Station, you and I have talked about this. It really is about creating a shared vocabulary. A lot of these best fleets to drive for, the shared vocabulary between them is really clear from the get-go. Is that fair, Jane?
Yeah, I think it is. And when you ask a fleet how they made the top 20, and when you ask us how they made the top 20, you're going to get two different answers, because and Cara and Camilla are kind of doing it. They're talking about how they feel and how they connect to the drivers, but we can't evaluate them on that. We have to evaluate them on the ways that they actually connect with the drivers, like the physical, like the actual programs that they have, that they make those connections through. So it's like for Brenny, one of the things that they do really well is connect with drivers, and they have some structures around that. One of them is the fact that they have their driver review board and a team advisory council. And even though they're a really small fleet, they still have those systems in place to do that.
Camilla, let me ask you a question. So, would you say it's fair to say that that your policy, that the personalities that you guys both have here right now, they're yours? I mean, I don't think they're manufactured, but that the personalities are, in regards to inside the workplace, are a reflection of the policy, in the sense that you're able to have a point where people want to hang out and want to come by and that you become almost the metaphorical water cooler, where it's like, let's all go over there, let's go hang out with those folks over there and then kind of shoot the breeze. But that only can exist because the policies in place, the very, very cleanly drawn out policies, talk about where policy collapses into personality and vice versa.
I like that water cooler comment. That's really spot on, I think, because we just we try to be really positive and focus on the good, and I'll obviously keep everything fact-based and good and bad, but just try to be relatable, human, and just
I would just kind of want to.
They're doing
roadmap. Go ahead.
Yep, I was just going to kind of add to what Camilla was saying on our roadmap to success. When we say positive about anything, there's always going to be something that needs to be discussed, good or bad. But we've always said, bring a solution. What's your solution?
Right.
How do we fix this? Like involving the driver if something does need to be fixed.
Cara,
the water hole, as you said.
Yeah, Cara, let me ask you. Let me ask you a question about the water hole. About kind of the rendezvous point, as it were. So, talk to me a little bit about in your job and in terms of referral and training, how it is. And Cara, once you're done, Camilla can talk about this too. So, how much of you observing what is going on, how as an observer of what goes on internally, are you then able to kind of incorporate what you've seen so that when you engage in your referral process, you're actually working from the same script as the people who are working with the people who have already been onboarded? Am I making any sense, or is that a convoluted way of saying I see, I communicate?
Yeah, so I would say I've been here 17 years, and we work very closely together. So I am also a part of the safety department. Matter of fact, Camilla and I share an office. So
No,
we
I'm
are,
shocked. Dave and I are
yeah,
shocked,
right?
stunned.
But we work like really close with the shop. We work really close with our specialized dispatched area. We work really close with our drivers. And I think because we are so close, like if we hear something from the drivers, we have Wednesday meetings where the phones go off from noon to 1, and we all sit down and discuss what's working and what's not working. And I really hope that brings all of us together.
How? Okay.
Yeah,
Now,
we can address then at that time anything that the drivers have brought to us
so
and what we can do to solve it going forward.
Camilla, that's my follow-up. And then Dave got some questions as well too. He's kind of itching to get into this. But my question is, how much of this in regards to was there a form? Was there a format? Was there a way that we're going to do it this way? And then 17 years on one side, at some point, I guess it's like it's a river runs through it where you learn how to fly fish, but at some point you take that kind of basic foundational training, you break free of the confines of it and make it your own. That you no longer can tell where the conversation ends and where the following the policy properly begins. Make sense?
Yeah, but I think maybe Cara could better answer that since she's been in this department so much longer than me. Speaking of where it started and where it's come to now.
I think that just kind of goes back to our roadmap to success. That's what we have down. That's what's created our policy, which has created and pulled everything together. Anytime we talk or have a conversation, whether it be a happy conversation, whether it be one that maybe needs just a little bit more attention, I feel like we always bring the Sprenny's roadmap to success to it. And that just kind of talks about our mission, promise, and purpose. And then, again, just talking about your values, which comes in, doesn't matter what's going on, your values should still be there. They never change.
Hopefully, yeah.
Jane, Cara, Camilla, this is Dave. I've been listening to you and Jimmy Mack talking, and the only word that just stands out to me, you haven't really said the word, is human.
Okay.
What you've talked about this morning has nothing to do with trucks or trailers or tires or lug nuts or schedules or ELDs. It was simply about the human one-on-one contact and the relationships. Something that we can just so easily, in this day and age, we have so many ways to communicate. And we do that, with all of the online stuff, but we never really commiserate in a sense, and I don't mean that in the negative sense, but we don't really share a lot of stuff on the human level because it's all memes and jokes and quotes from somebody else. So I'm sure you guys are aware of what you're doing there, Brenny, Cara, and Camilla, in terms of the humanity of it. But is that something you have to kind of almost keep reminding yourself of? Because you're doing stuff the old-fashioned way.
Well,
yeah,
we actually.
It's always important to put a name at the end of the question. Camilla, go ahead.
Okay. We actually have a new Sidekick app for our drivers, which is replacing workflow, and it has an option on there to do messaging back and forth with dispatch. But we opted not to do that because we want to keep talking on the phone with our drivers and keep that personable touch.
Wow.
There.
Okay.
So
See, that speaks volumes. That speaks volumes because you can just push a button and get a check mark on a screen, and it's done for you. And you say, well, we have this great communication. They can text us anytime they want.
Not our culture.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Well, and the other problem, go ahead.
First, I just need to say something to Dave. Joyce wanted to make sure that I said hi to you from her because she couldn't be here today.
And I saw the big 40th, huh? The 40th anniversary coming up. 30, I'm sorry.
30, dirty 30.
30.
I can't tell.
We're very excited about that. Very excited about that. So.
let me kind of ask Jane a real quick question here, and then we'll kind of cue you guys up again. So, Jane, one of the things that you say, we've talked about, is that often there are people who keep popping up in this top 20 list. It's like if you open up a top 20 list at the beginning of any college football season, Ohio State's going to be there, Notre Dame is going to be there, and Georgia's going to be there. The reason why they keep popping up in those top 20s is because they, in fact, have culture and consistency, and it usually comes from the way they are run, from the top itself. But that top has to kind of then begin to understand that the reforms or the changes or the adjustments, the evolution, come from the bottom. And I was kind of curious in your 30,000-foot view of these places, because everybody that's submitting to you guys is knee deep in it. You're able to see it from a distance and from afar. What have you noticed is a consistent thing that allows people to stay inside of these lists? What is something that you consistently notice that really lands with you of like, man, the one thing all these folks have in common is blank?
They don't stop. They will. You get onto the list, or you get onto the top 20, and you get on the first time, and you think, okay, I've arrived. And the thing is that there are other fleets who are trying really hard, so you can be taken. You can be, I don't want to say beaten, because it's not really that kind of a thing. It's more about constant improvement, like self-improvement. It's more about that, but just because you make the list one year doesn't mean that you're going to every time. And the Hall of Fame, and these are fleets who've made the list for 10 years or more, or who've had a couple of overall wins and made it for 7 years in a row, they never stop. They are constantly changing, asking their drivers about their opinions on things and how can we do better, and then talking about it, looking at the information that they get from best fleets, and then taking that and doing something new. But there's always new programs, a change to a program, something that is somehow going, like a new education program, something that's just going to change it for the better. And you don't have to do a lot, but you do have to do it consistently, because things get stale. And what was the best 10 years ago is not the best now.
Really quick question, then. You actually set me up for complete. By the way, Jane knows how to set me up for success. We actually do a lot of shows together, so you know a question is coming, Cara. You know a question is coming, Camilla. All right, great. Congratulations. Blah blah blah. How are you working to improve the situation next? You've already given us one hint in regards to apps and all the other kind of stuff, but what are you guys doing next? Cara, we'll start with you.
Well, that is, I feel like we're doing things every day. Our intention is always to figure out what more we can do. We always say we don't want to be the biggest, but we do want to be the best. And again, that's just going back to relationship building and making sure that we're understanding what our drivers' needs are.
All right, Camilla, you get the last word.
Yeah, like Cara said, just trying to be the best, not the biggest. And if that means staying our size, that's that. But also, going back to that new app. The drivers may hate it or love it, but we're just trying to improve things. So I think overall it's a big step and towards improvement. And overall, it'll be a good thing.
Well, but there's a comment you just made that I think is terrific. If it means staying the same size, it doesn't mean not getting better. It doesn't mean not getting more nimble. It doesn't mean not getting more innovative. If it means staying the same size, because how many companies have actually basically screwed themselves into the earth? How many carriers, how many fleets got too big, too fast, or decided to expand when they should have held their cards? And that is part of a culture that says we would rather be great than be bigger, and that's a thing that people don't talk about enough. So even that little moment there, that's an important thing to remind people of. Continue. This is the thing, Jane, and we've been talking about this. I had a partner in the 90s when we worked at the DA's office, and he used to tell me all the time. He says excellence is incremental. And it's one of my favorite quotes of all time, and you made me think about that when you made the comment, right? I mean, this really is not about like changing the world in the blink of an eye. It really is about doing the same thing and putting in wrinkles that change it for the better each day. Is that fair, Jane?
I would say so, yes. And the changes don't need to be big, but they do need to. And I think what Brenny does really well is they put their own spin on it. And one of the things that I've always loved about them is their emphasis on St. Christopher's Fund, which is it works for truckers. It's a fund that is a charitable fund that is for truckers who are in trouble, and they're not. It's not a pet. It's an important charity, but it's not like, okay, I'm a company owner and I want to give money to this charity, and it has nothing to do with truckers' lives or drivers' lives. But I think that what the nice thing that Brenny does is they actually involve, like they're thinking about drivers as part of their culture all the time.
Cara, I'm going to give you the last word in the most elegant way. Just tell us where people can go to find out more about Brenny.
They can give us a call at 320-363-6996, or they can go to BrennyTruck.com.
Nicely done. We landed the plane perfectly. Jane, as always, you continue to amaze us with the quality of content you give us and the folks you bring on the show, and we will be sure. Please tell the lady over there at the center of everything that we said hello to and that we would love to see her again soon.
Yes, we definitely will.
Thank you. Thank you, Jane. Thanks for bringing great guests for us again, and congratulations to you both. That's it.
Hey,
thank you. Thanks, Jimmy.
All right,
bye, Dave.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Hey, we got a great guest coming up next, by the way, guys. Dave, tell them who's coming.
BigRigSteve is coming. Over 2 million miles now.
How many?
Over 2 million.
Whew. Go to truckdown.com. We all can't be as lucky as Steve. If you end up in the ditch, hey, man, download the app.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers. The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OBAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're going to need a bigger bowl.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
And now back to Nemo Nation with Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, and of course, Phone Master Dre.
Woo! Last hour, guys. We're here. Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack.
This show goes by fast, doesn't it, Dave?
It does go by fast.
I got to tell you, I just feel like I look up and Dean Croke seems like he's millions of miles away. Speaking of millions of miles, a while back I got a chance to talk to somebody pretty darn terrific. You and I were at Stem to Stone. I got a chance to dig in with him. It was a while back. It was miles back, and he's beginning to take that to the end of the road. Not the end of the road in regards to his travels and journeys, just the end of the road in regards to the big rig that Steve drives. We're going to pivot to that next. I am thrilled to welcome our next guest. By the way, a righteous man in a righteous land. He's going to be retiring from trucking after 20 years and 2 million miles with the same company, all of it accident and incident free. You guys know him, of course, as BigRigSteve. Go to BigRigTravels.com. You can find him on the tube of you at BigRigTravels. And for all of you listening on iHeart this morning, good morning. Welcome to Nemo Nation. BigRigSteve joins us. Got a chance last time when we spoke to talk to me. This time, you really get a chance to dig in with Dave Nemo as well. How you doing, Big Rig?
I'm doing excellent. How about you? Happy Groundhog Day.
Yeah, we've been trying to avoid that conversation. If we find Puxatawny, we're going to kill him. We're going to kill him.
Yes.
CEO Chuck Snow actually has put out a bounty on his head, and Chuck wants to collect his own bounty. That's how angry people are about it.
There you go.
How are you holding up in the weather, by the way?
Actually, today is nice and sunny, 28 degrees down here in Mississippi. Had a little bit of snow in Atlanta 2 times in a row, but we survived as usual.
What part of Mississippi are you in, Steve?
Right now, Brookhaven, about an hour south of Jackson, Mississippi.
Steve, where do you call home? Remind me again where you call home.
San Antonio's home, Belvedere, Illinois is home. Basically, home is wherever I happen to end up.
Well, I got to tell you, at the rate that San Antonio is growing, it may expand all the way into Louisiana at some point. The thing is, I did not know it's the 7th biggest city in the United States. I was stunned to find that.
I did not know that.
I was stunned to find that out. We go look up how many Fortune 500 companies call it home. How many logistics companies call it home? No, I mean, I didn't know it either. I'm not acting like, why didn't you know that, Dave? I didn't know that. When I found it, I was kind of amazed by it. Let's talk a little bit about, and we'll get to BigRigTravels in a second because you got wonderful plans. Let's kind of give a bit of an origin story here. 2 million miles accident and incident free don't happen overnight, literally. Talk about how you got started in trucking and how much that culture has meant to you.
I've always wanted to do several things. One was work on aircraft. I did that. Photography, radio and television, studios, did all that. And the last thing I hadn't tried yet was actually truck driving. So we did that. And I liked it. I mean, I've always driven miles, camped by myself. The road just feels natural to me. So that's what I ended up doing. I threw a camera in the windshield or on the windshield to show my parents and friends where we were going and what we were seeing. That kind of tied in together with the broadcast, and we just kind of made our own studio, I guess, rolling around.
And by the way, that's a really great. A lot of people don't realize that, but we just said in the last segment we had, Steve, that excellence is incremental. The idea that if you think you're just going to wake up one morning and just be full of excellence, you might feel that way, but it doesn't happen like that. And just like 2 million miles, the way you've kind of embraced the new technologies and the new viral world that we live in, and the new kind of streaming world that we live in, is that you really kind of put this together bit by bit, piece by piece. At what point in the history of your small studio, let's just call it that, of BigRigTravels, did you one day wake up and realize, wait a minute, I've actually built this entire world around me? Or did you actually see it coming? Was there a plan? Or did suddenly one day you just go, wow, I've actually done this thing?
Actually, I knew being on the internet, a few people would find me. I didn't know everybody in the world would find me, It blew up way faster than I thought. I realized that we went from just showing people what we're doing to actually the young folks that want to be truck drivers, they could see what happens beyond what a recruiter will tell them. They could actually see what happens in real life. They could see accidents on the highway, or the after effects of it, to hopefully to remind folks that, hey, one split accident or 1 split second can turn into an accident. You can't play out here. It's not a race out here. in bad weather, you can't just say, oh, ice and snow caused the accident. No, you have to slow down. You have to be careful. You have to take responsibility. To the nursing homes, the people that can no longer get out, they can get out of their nursing home through our cameras, through YouTube or their TV or whatever. We've actually grown and be used as a resource for way more than I ever even imagined. We've got a real how do I say it? A big audience is autistic folks. And I've met many, many of them over the years, and we help them out quite a bit.
Yeah, it's amazing.
So it's gone a lot further than I thought.
It's amazing, Steve. One of the really cool things, and I was telling Dave about this today, is, I'm a big fan of studying models about how things are put together and how they function best. I've kind of sat on this stuff for a while, but like how algorithms work, how, what people are looking for. And often you discover that the combination of a soothing voice explaining things in a logical, methodical way, which doesn't work on television, of all places, for some reason online, really is a sweet spot. And as somebody whose family is dealing with a young man who has severe autism, it is just amazing to me that sometimes you find out that you have friends where you never thought they existed simply from the manner of which you deliver your information. Was that kind of the case for you guys?
It was. I found out that there are a whole lot of people that we mean the world to. And I never expected that. And through the years, I have met other truckers as friends and people that I would have never even knew existed. And tons of friends out there if you just treat each other correctly.
No, it makes perfect sense to me. I mean, it's like the other thing too, and then Dave can speak to this as well. Suddenly you realize you're speaking for people that you don't know, but they know you incredibly well. And that has a certain level of responsibility to it. It's not that you have to be somebody that you're not, but that you have to remember these people that with a parasocial relationship, a lot of these people have taken a long ride with you, and if in fact you benefit from them either emotionally or financially, then you have a responsibility to them, and it feels like you've honored that to a large degree, and that you've become aware of that and tried to honor that. And that feels like both a responsibility and an honor. I'm speaking from my own personal experience, but I'm sure you feel the same way, right?
Yes, when I'm in a truck or whenever I'm doing home studio work or whatever, obviously I'm just looking at one camera, or there's just one camera in the truck with me. But I know that there's 1,000 people watching us and tens of thousands of people that watch us on the replays. We have to behave. We have to do things right, because when I'm driving, I've got 1,000 sets of eyeballs watching, ready to critique me or whatever. The thing is, you have to do it right. And I'm not doing a channel to become famous or anything like that. That honestly is not my role. My role is to teach people the real life of what happens day to day in a truck driver's life, the stuff we go through, the weather we go through, the shipper delays where we sit in a dock for 8 hours and can't do anything, how we get behind. We do things right. If we can teach people how not to have an accident or how to drive better around a big rig, then I feel like we're doing our job. If I could be friendly to people who can't get out, give them a way to see, then we're doing what we're supposed to be doing.
And even though you're going to hang up your spurs with the truck, you're not going to hang up your spurs with the road or the life of making sure people know what you're doing out there. By the way, that, my friend, as we have a number of friends who actually do what you plan on doing, is a place where a lot of people will take the ride with you. Tell us what's happening next, because it really is exciting. It doesn't feel like an end. It feels like a new beginning.
No, BigRigTravels is not going anywhere. And when I talk about it on the stream, sometimes people say, "Oh, well, BigRigTravels is going to disappear." No. The only thing that's going to change is we're going to turn the Blue Comet in, which is a truck we're driving now. We're going to give up the 2 a.m. deliveries and the driving through the winter when we don't want to. All that. We're going to be driving in a Class C RV. We're going to outfit it with wraparound cameras, Starlink, everything we do now. The biggest thing is when I'm in a truck, I'm basically stuck to interstates. With BigRigTravels 2.0, we're going to be hanging around the back roads. That's where the scenery is. That's where the rivers are up close and whatnot. We're going to camp everywhere, do campfire broadcasts and chats and talk with folks. Starlink on a backpack. We're going to take them hiking. We're going to do geocache across America, where we're building medallions that we will hide 500 of them across America. And if you find one, you can go to the website, enter the serial number. There'll be a map, to tell people kind of where they are. So we'll have like a treasure hunt, but we are going to do 10 times more because we'll be free. No schedule, no dispatch. People will fill out a form on the website, tell me their hidden gem, because nobody knows their town like the locals. And I'll just collect all the forms and plan my trips around there. So our community will basically pick where we go.
Steve, Dave here. Good morning. I won't say happy Groundhog Day. That's a whole nother topic. Listening to what you just said, and I'm looking at the website, BigRigTravels.com. You started off back in, February of 2008. You updated a live image from your truck windshield every 5 minutes. You had a simple little map, and you had to pull over every hour or so to manually update things. Man, with that kind of a beginning, it's amazing that you stuck with it as long as you did to make it what it is today. But this is magnificent, the 2.0, going off the big roads, getting into the small roads, getting to where the largest ball of string is, that kind of stuff is going to be fascinating, and built on the platform that you already have. Wow, I mean, that's incredible.
The name BigRigTravels, it was originally designed to showcase the travel across America, because America's got a lot to see, from the mountains to the deserts to the coast, all that good stuff. Trucking obviously was the best way to move around for free.
Mm-hmm.
That, of course, paid the bills and whatnot. Now that I've done my 20 years, I've done my part with that. I'm going to be 62, in July. That's time to retire. Now it's time for me to play. Now we could really bring out the travel in BigRigTravels.
Yeah, for sure. That is
I have to
incredible.
ask, do you have a first destination in mind, or do you have a bucket list of 3 or 4 places that that either you saw while passing on the road or never been there, can't wait to get there? Got to ask that question.
I get that asked a lot. There are a handful of places, Tan Hill State Park outside of Birmingham. I actually bobtailed there years ago, and beautiful place. Want to spend a lot of time up in the Northwest, Oregon, Washington, the coastline, Mystic Seaport, everywhere. As far as what will actually be the very first place to go, I don't know, to be honest with you.
And by the way, that is not a bad place to be. And let me tell you something, the Pacific Northwest, you are going to love it. I got to tell you, the first time
Oh, yes.
I ever went to a beach in cold weather, in genuinely cold weather, was over there, and looking out over those waters with the foggy layer on it and seeing little outcropping small island rocks with trees. I mean, it is just haunting. And standing on one of those beaches with a campfire going, a big bonfire, is truly. I hope you get to have that experience. I really am. And like I said, you got a lot to figure out here in regards to the posting schedule and all that kind of stuff. But you are moving forward full speed ahead, right?
Yes, we are.
So tell us really quickly, by the way, when that transition happens, when should people be looking out, or are you still kind of playing with the pieces here?
My goal is for September, when we actually reach the 20-year mark.
Oh.
It may be a little bit earlier than that, but my main goal is September. But whenever it happens, or anything that happens, go to the website or Mastodon or whatever, or in our streams. We'll keep everybody informed, updated.
Man, it is good to talk to you again, and we are so excited for your next adventure. Please promise us that now that you have a little more time, you'll be a regular here on Nemo Nation. Stop in.
That would be
Absolutely.
awesome.
We would love to have you on a regular, recurring basis. Guys, we are going to get this content up and out as quickly as we possibly can to make sure you guys get a chance to hear it if you missed it. BigRigSteve has joined us. It's been too long, and let's make sure it isn't as long ever again, okay?
I agree.
Thank you, sir. Best of days, and congratulations on everything.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
All right. We'll take a quick breath here, come back on the other side, and start opening the phones and having a little bit of conversation. Phone Master Dre. So I thought I'd take a moment to ask Dave. You know, we spend so much time on this show, really knee deep in the supply chain and in the trucking lifestyle, and we'll give Dave a few moments here to kind of get himself set up. I left my computer at home. It doesn't really hurt me. It would hurt me if it was tomorrow. I'll tell you that right now. It would put me in a really bad spot if it was tomorrow, but it's not tomorrow. It's today. It's Nemo Nation. We'll get to all your comments in the chat. I'm sure a lot of stuff has been kind of unfolding and happening, and let Dave kind of dig into that. But I wanted to ask Dave a question first in regards to music. You know, what's going on with the band, dude? When are you guys going to play again?
Don't know. It's going to be a long time.
Are you thinking about maybe getting a new band?
No, not at the moment.
So what are you doing for fun now, man?
Well, I'm playing a lot of music, but not with the band.
Oh, okay. So who are you playing music with?
Yeah, with a bunch of folks. Every Wednesday night, we have a jam session called
Mayhem.
Yeah, Mayhem.
So let me ask you a question about Mayhem to give people a sense of this. How did Mayhem get started? You were one of the people who was there at the beginning of it, essentially. I mean, let me make this really clear. You were not one of the founders. I didn't use that term, but you were there right around the time it really kind of got going, right?
Well, around the time it got going at its current location, yeah,
Right.
that was really just before COVID.
So
it was before COVID.
Now wait, the question is, was it at its current location just before COVID or someplace else before COVID?
No, it goes back 11 years.
Okay.
Believe it or not, it goes back 11
So
years.
did it change locations after COVID, is what you're telling me?
No,
Oh,
it changed
okay.
locations before COVID.
Right before COVID is when it happened.
Yeah.
So it didn't really get going at the new location, and then COVID happened,
Right.
and then everybody came back from COVID. So it was something new.
Yeah.
It was a new beginning. Tell people how it works.
Well, every Wednesday night at 8 o'clock, the music begins. And if you are a musician, you bring your guitar or your violin or your didgeridoo, which folks have brought in before, portable keyboards, and set up. It's a big jam session. If you know some songs and you don't have anybody to play with, you just kind of go through the spotlight and talk to this one and that one, and pick up a bass player and a drummer and a rhythm guitar player and come on up and do the songs. It's a lot of fun.
How often do you get pulled into people's stuff?
Quite a bit.
And you basically, because you're on percussions and not drums mostly, you can play drums, but you really love your percussions. you have to put that stuff up there and let it sit there, right? You can't, it can't be unpacked and repacked each request, so that it actually has a spot where you kind of put that stuff. What do you bring over there in regards to all of that stuff? I mean, what are your instruments?
Well, for Mayhem, I bring the conga drums, which are, and then the bongos, and use those. With the band, I bring what I call the trick bag, and it's got all the bells and whistles and tambourines and gongs and shakers and maracas and everything you can think of. And but basically for the general percussion, it's the congas and bongos, and then I play the drum set with a couple of guys.
If I was going to ask you what the difference between congas and bongos are, what would you tell me?
Well, first off, I'd say size. They're the same drum, except the bongos are minuscule compared to the conga drums.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, but it's the same drum. It's the same barrel.
Where do the names come
They're
from?
barrels.
Yeah. Where do the names come from? Do you know?
That's interesting. There are 3 drums that are called conga drums. One of them is a conga. That's the middle drum. And the other one is the quinto, which is the smaller drum, the higher drum. And then you have the tubador, which is the big bass drum. I only have the 2. Most people play with 2. You see guys with 5 or 6.
Right.
But the full set of 3, I never really had use for full set of 3. And those suckers are heavy.
Well, okay, so the 5 drums, let me ask you a really quick question. Is that just a matter of like Spinal Tap, it goes all the way to 11, or is there a reason to have 5?
It's tonal. It's for the tone, the different tones of the drums that will fit different parts of music better.
Okay, so the next question is, how do you create those different tones? How do each of the drums, how does an individual instrument have a different tone?
Okay, well, you can tune them. You tune them. Okay, we'll go.
How do you tune a barrel with something stretched across the top? I mean, I'm not being like.
No.
Yeah. How do you
okay, let me go back to the beginning. Back in the 1950s, when I was in grammar school, I played drums in the marching band. And the drums...
Gabe, can I say something really quickly? I'm so glad you made a commitment to go back to grammar school, even as an adult after D-Day. That's really important. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. But the skins were made out of... the heads were made out of skins, calf skins. So they were very, very, very susceptible to weather. They were just horrible. You'd take them out on the football field, you'd have to tune them up, and when you get back to the band room, you had to untune them as fast as you can, or they would explode. Just when you went into that.
Like the trees in Nashville?
Like the trees in Nashville.
I'm not being funny. I mean, like
literally,
so boom. Okay.
Yeah. Nowadays they have fiber skin, plastic heads, so you can tune them and they're good. But I actually tune my congas. I have the quinto and the conga. I tune them to D and G. Well, you can tune them to C, and you can tune them to any note.
But how do you do that?
There are lugs and
so those little screws on the side aren't just about tightening it. It's about you can tighten it so that the stretch, the what's the word? The tension of the stretch actually is what allows you to tune it.
The tighter the tension, the higher the tone.
Which, of course, makes me an idiot because I should have realized that, because you're doing the same thing with a guitar, you're just doing it with a string.
Mm-hmm.
So you're doing the same thing. You're basically either tightening or loosening the strings, and in doing that allows you to tune it a certain way, which gives people distinctive sounds for what they want to achieve. So if you have a 5 conga set, if they're all the same thing, that's stupid. But if each one is differently tuned, you can produce different sounds with them so that their presence becomes necessary to create a wide variety of sound. How'd I do?
That's fine. They're really good. They're never really in tune all the time because you can't change.
Well, you're also hitting them. That's the other thing too. People don't realize that if you're playing a guitar, you're hitting those congas. At some point, you're slowly loosening it up. You're slowly changing the tone, right?
No.
Okay.
You don't. They hold. Now the calf skin heads, you could argue that you could beat them into stretching. Right. If you want, you wouldn't hit them that hard. But the weather again, humidity.
Unless you were Tito Fuentes.
Everything.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's something else.
You ever heard the expression, this old blues singer once said about Tito Fuentes, is that he hits those sticks like two jackrabbits. I won't use the next word.
Yeah.
Go
He's
on.
a timbales player.
Yeah.
I gave up. My joke is I stopped playing regular drums and went to Latin percussion because I didn't want to hit things with sticks anymore.
I understand. By the way, I didn't realize. Speaking of that, we've had on the comedy Hall of Fame and the Desi and Lucy. People forget until you watch those shows what a great conga player he was.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he's extraordinary, dude. And the thing is, how hard is that? By the way, I mean, is that any more difficult than playing the guitar and singing? People who actually strap them on and sing while they play.
That's a good question. I've never tried it.
I know you've sung while you're playing the drums, but you haven't sung while.
No.
No.
Well, I have.
Yeah, I was going to say.
That's true. I do some backup singing.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the fact, like, these people who carry tubas. You know what I'm saying? You get this tuba carrying situation. It's like, and you watch people, like some of these brass bands, dude. Like, I feel like funking it up. And those guys are singing, man. They got that tuba sling around their shoulder when they're doing the percussive areas. People just clapping and calling response. This guy's got this massive tuba on him, and he's singing his heart out. And then he's got to blow the size of Detroit. We got to speaking of that, we got to take there's the tuba. Plump little boy.
Speaking of that,
I got a great funny story. Ask me when we come back on the other side about the two transsexual hookers and the phone.
Yes.
Walk into a bar.
It ain't a walk into a bar story. We'll be right back. Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, and Andre Thibodeau. It's Nemo Nation. At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
So anybody that follows me on Facebook, and by the way, you should make a point of becoming one of our followers on Facebook over at Radio Nemo online. It's the Dave Nemo Show still. Don't even get me into what it takes to actually change the name of your organization on your Facebook page. It's infuriating. The man is simply evil. He can figure out ways to figure out your algorithm and target you with ads, and yet you can't change the damn name on your own profile page without losing 16,000 followers. It's atrocious. It's absolutely atrocious. But you can please follow us over there. Please follow us on YouTube. And I'm actually going to ask you guys as members of Nemo Nation and of the Road Gang to recruit people to actually on YouTube in particular. We got a big number, as you guys know, a big number of people who subscribe on Facebook. And give us a lot of great numbers in terms of listenership. A lot of folks are beginning to make the move to iHeart. But on YouTube, we're going to have video there sooner rather than later. Genuine video where you'll be able to see Dave, myself, Dean Croke, Lindsay Lawler from the AccuSure Studios over in Franklin, Tennessee. We're all praying for her, by the way. But if you got any friends, just tell them, hey, let's go over there and subscribe. We don't charge you anything. We don't bombard you with notifications. It's really, really nicely set up, and we got a lot of growth coming and a lot of possibilities as we head towards Matt. Keep your fingers crossed. If you follow me on Facebook, you'll see there's a picture of me with a sergeant over in the 1st District of New Orleans. We'll just say Charlie and leave it at that. Won't get into details about what Charlie does. But I don't know if you know this, Dave, in the aftermath of Katrina, the police department collapsed. The NOPD simply collapsed. It held together okay during the crisis itself. There was a big scandal involving the murder of one man and the shooting of another on a bridge called the Danziger Bridge. Dre, you know it actually. When you cross the Industrial Canal, when you look to your right and you see the Louisiana coffee shop, the bridge, the lower bridge, right?
Yeah, I fished off that.
That's Danziger. It was a terrible incident where a number of people who were just trying to get to safety, and they talked themselves. Some of these people are not in blue anymore and don't deserve to be. They gunned down a man with autism and serious mental problems who simply hadn't had medication in 3 days. And it was a bad scene. So New Orleans comes back online, and there is an attempt to reform the police department, but not in regards to policy. That's what people don't understand. Police policy is always fine. It's the people you have in it. One of the really clever things that the NOPD did, and the city did, was they went out and recruited patrolmen with exemplary records who were in other cities, and they went out and recruited people who wanted a career in law enforcement, who were getting degrees but had made a stated issue of getting a degree in law enforcement. By the way, if you have a son or a daughter who's thinking about law enforcement, criminology is a waste of time. Tell them to take English. I'm not kidding. Tell them to take English. Tell them to take engineering. Either one of those two things will serve you a whole lot better in law enforcement. The ability to write a report is something that often eludes a lot of smaller law enforcement communities. Not picking on those men or women, but it should not be a buyer of last resort. So they went out and they recruited big city policemen with exemplary records, and they recruited people who were in college programs getting their degrees who had expressed an interest in it. Here was what they recruited them with. We will fast track you to detective or rank.
Okay.
So you've been on the, you can't get ahead in the NYPD. You got an exemplary record, but you have to go through all kinds of hoops to get that next step. They're like, come down here, we'll give it to you. And you get a chance to help rebuild the city. So I made a lot of friends in the aftermath of Katrina. One of the friends I made is a guy named Charlie, and he has risen in the ranks. He likes where he is now. So one night, I get a phone call. And it's Charlie, and he goes, we need you to come down. It's right around this neighborhood, as a matter of fact, Esplanade Avenue. He said, I need you to come down here. There's somebody who says that you can vouch for him.
Okay.
It's like 2 o'clock in the morning, Dave. I get in my car, and I drive down here. And there is a crazy scene where there are 2 6-foot-tall, strapping transsexual prostitutes standing right there. And I'll save the punchline for later. And there's a guy that I kind of recognize. And Charlie walks over, he shakes my hand. It's cold. It is not a nice night. I try, why am I here? And he goes, you're not going to believe this. He said, these 2 transsexual prostitutes beat the living hell out of this guy. They're claiming that he tried to scam them. He's claiming that he was coming home from work as a waiter and that they jumped him and took his money. They're saying it's a trick that went sideways. He's saying he didn't even have any desire for any of that and was just going home from a long night of work. He's bloody. And by the way, he does have on black pants. He does have on a white shirt. There is blood on it. He does have an apron. So
he looks like a waiter.
I'm looking at him. I'm like, I don't know who you are. I said, I wish. He goes, no, you don't get it. He said, you guys did the custody evaluation for me. And I went, oh, and it was this guy who was in arrears a long time ago, wasn't paying his child support, but it's because he didn't have a job, and he tried to work it out, and he's one of those guys that got a second chance and delivered on it. Really kind of came through, got a job, turned his life around, all that kind of stuff. And he goes, I remember that you and that man, Ed, were really fair with me. You could have taken me to jail, and instead we worked it out, and everything got kind of worked out, and I'm a good man, and I couldn't think, and I couldn't call my people. Because if I called my people and he said, and you and Ed gave me your card saying that there ever was any trouble to give you a ring. And I'm like, well, first of all, I meant in regards to custody.
Not at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Not at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Transsexual, 6 foot tall
hookers, yeah. I mean, and they are just glaring at me. And Charlie says, look, he said, you know, we'd like to believe the guy, but, you know, it's like one of these things, too. People are looking over our shoulder these days. We're getting all kinds of bad press. And I said, okay, hold on a second. So I take the guy aside. I did remember him. I take him aside and I say, look, here's the deal. You got to tell me the truth. He said, what do you mean? I said, because if you tell me the truth, if you tell me the real truth, I said, there's a chance, if in fact you were trying to get a little something, that he just cuts everybody loose and we all go home. I said, he goes, no. I said, listen. I said, if you're not telling me the truth, there's a chance where you end up in a court of law as they bring charges against it and all kinds of stuff come out. So I need you to think long and hard about what you do before you say anything. He goes, you have to believe me. He said, I had my tip money. I was walking home. They catcalled me. I told them to F off. And then they jumped me and took my money. And I fought them off. He'd fought them off into the neutral ground, and then the police cruiser came by. They were all fighting. Can you imagine that, driving by on a police cruiser, and there's like these two large African-American prostitutes who are men who are now women beating the holy hell out of this waiter. I mean, that's just New Orleans. There it is right there.
That's a Tuesday.
That's a Tuesday. I mean, I think it might have been a Tuesday. As a matter of fact, bad things happen on Tuesday. That's why we have Mardi Gras, that at least make one Tuesday bearable in the city of New Orleans. So I go to Charlie and I said, Charlie, he's sticking by his story. And I said, I can tell you, I said, we had to follow him for 6 months as he kind of made good on his arrears, and he's a good guy. He's a family man. I said, he called me because he didn't want to call his family. I said, I'm starting to get the logic. I'm still not happy about it, but at least I get the logic. So Charlie said, he looked at me, he goes, listen, man, he goes, you better be telling the truth. This was a great line from Charlie. He goes, you better tell the truth. He said, there's another reason my friend here didn't tell you. He goes, what's that? He goes, if in fact you're telling the truth, he said, they'll get over it. They'll know they tried to pull a fast one and didn't get away with it. He said, if you're lying about these ladies, if in fact you try to double cross them on a deal, he said, these sons of bitches will hunt you down and they will find you. He said, I'm still telling the truth. And he was right, because the moment they cuffed them both and kind of dragged them away, at that point they were like, yeah, you got us. There was a kind of sense of that. All of this skips the way it began, because I want to end it with this before we get to 3.5's phone call. I get there, Charlie comes over, he's a big smile goofball. Hey man, how you doing? So there's some folks here that say they know you. And I said, okay, who? And he takes me over right in front of the two transsexual prostitutes. Says, these people claim that they know who you are. Seen them before in my life. 3.5, by the way, has given us a call. Sorry, that was a shaggy dog story, but it's like, you have to imagine Dave walking over and seeing that and being like, why am I here, Charlie? Why am I here? We know why 3.5 is here. Good morning to you, sir.
I don't know how to follow that.
You got it.
You don't have to. We'll just start new.
Yeah, I've been working on the Model A Club newsletter for 3 hours and listening to you so thanks for setting the pace here for me.
All right.
But I may have misunderstood one of your comments. Did you invite anybody to come play music with you?
If you go down to Mayhem, if you go down there, you can do it, man. I mean, they won't. I mean, you can actually tell Dave you're coming. If you show up here with an instrument or a song in your heart, man, Dave will welcome. Right, Dave? You'll do it with him. He'll do it with you. You can do a poetry reading.
I got a pizza box and a set of brushes. How about that?
A pizza box and a set of brushes. You know, the funny thing is that that, yeah, that people have recorded songs like that. I'm trying to think of the name of the song. There's a song that Hal Blaine, the legendary drummer, it wasn't a pizza box. It was a 16-inch tape reel box, which is about, it looks like a pizza box. And he was trying to figure out, what in the hell am I going to play on this? He tried every drum he had, and he wound up taking that box with a set of brushes, pair of brushes, and he played the song. I'll bet Lindsay knows that.
I bet you she does.
Well, I read a story where Dwight Yoakam was doing a thing, and a guy did that.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe the sound. And so I thought, well, I've got a set of brushes. Next time I order pizza, I'm trying it out.
Okay.
Oh, I got a great idea.
It does work.
I got a great idea. What if a bunch of people put together a percussionary band of like pizza boxes, and the way they do it on the streets of New Orleans, they get the water buckets and they turn them over and they play there.
They sound good
and
too.
Oh my God, they sound amazing. And you got a whole bunch of stuff like that, and you called it Trash Panda.
Trash
Panda. Oh, there you go.
And they give a band of nothing but like stuff that you find in a dumpster, and then just play it.
Yeah.
You know. By the way, I don't know if you guys know this. You ever seen the video about how Dolly Parton wrote 9 to 5?
No.
She was playing with her nails and going, tick, 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 and she said it sounded like a typewriter. And that's how she came up with it. The same way that David Malloy came up with Love a Rainy Night. The whole thing is scored to windshield wipers. So same with Driving My Life Away, where he just changed the tempo of it. Yeah, dude, you could fit. I mean, a box with brushes, that's amazing. That would be really cool.
Well, I'll have to plan that on a vacation or two in the next several years. Swing through there.
My first drum was a chest of drawers that was going to have been made in the 40s because it was old, and this is the mid-50s now.
I'm in the room, Dave. I'm in the room. I'm sorry.
And my brother and I, speaking of rooms, we're in our bedroom. We have twin beds in a little bedroom, and the chest of drawers is between us. Now, the chest of drawers is wood grain, but it's actually metal. And they used to make stuff like that back then. If you stood on my okay, you know the little bow and arrow set with the little suction cups at the end of the arrows?
Sure.
If you stood on my bed and held those sticks, you could play drums on the top of that metal chest of drawers, and it had stuff on there, you know, a little lamp or whatever. And it would sound a little bit like a snare drum, like that. And that was my first drum. I couldn't carry it around, though, so they actually got me a real drum afterwards.
That's kind.
It was, you had to empty it every day, take the drawers out, bring it to school, you know. No.
Imagine doing that, though, taking the drawers out of that whole thing and then using the drawers as different percussion from the actual chest of drawers.
You could do it. I've never thought of that.
You could actually have a whole thing kind of set up like that. By the way, I don't know if you know this, 3.5, Claire is in a gamelan band. And so much of what gamelan does is essentially the really kind of highbrow version of all of that, where it's all of these people, and it's got something in common with the way the Shakers do music, the idea of everybody's in charge of only one really specific thing. And you think, oh, that's really easy, except when you have to do it with like 30 people, it gets really complicated. Different people banging on different things, and all of it kind of adding up to a much larger immersive sound. It's really kind of groovy stuff. What are you doing with the rest of your day, man?
Well, you won't believe this, but I'm cooking dinner for 4 elderly ladies from church. So I'm cleaning the house, I'm going to the grocery, and I'm getting everything kind of set up for this ordeal.
You devil. Fantastic. Fantastic. I'm excited about all the prospects that you're gonna. Okay, that's enough of that. That's enough of that nonsense. What are you making?
Fish.
Good enough. Good enough. Hey, it's good to hear your voice. It's good to have you here, man.
Good to be out here.
You know, and thanks for taking the full ride with us. Pretty good show when you listen to the thing pillar to post, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Now that I'm off the road, I have you on all the time, and I'm doing work in the background. And tomorrow's taxes, so you may want to grab a different gear.
By the way, speaking of grabbing, if you see Punxsutawney Phil when he tries to flee to California, Just hold on to him long enough for me to get a shot in before you throw him into the Pacific. Thank you, 3.5.
You bet. Always listening, bud.
All right, man. Thank you so much. Let's talk a little bit about the show today. Lots of stuff going on. It looks like that some of our friends in the reefer area and in regards to the capacity crunch are going to get a little relief coming our way. I do want to make sure that we're really clear because John Mahle talked about the flip side of it as well. There's a new floor for refrigeration, which is good news. And the other good news is the people who are set up to survive. You're talking to Mike Roeth about this, and you were talking to Cliff Abbott about this, Cliff in particular. The idea that you said before you even get started, you need to make sure who you're working with, right?
Have your team together.
You know what Dean always says, right? His famous line is, just like you say the future was yesterday, Dean's rejoinder is you're only as good as your partners.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we have seen people in our own lives, incredibly talented people, mightily struggle because the people around them simply aren't the people they need. And that happens in football situations, that happens in business situations all the time, is that you'll often see that a new coach a coach who was hired once who had a losing record, like Bill Belichick, will then be hired by the New England Patriots. I mean, Belichick's record at Cleveland was a losing record. Now, he did take them to a playoff appearance. He was Bill Parcells' defensive coordinator at the New York Giants, which meant, literally one of his defensive game plan from the Giants Super Bowl is actually in the Hall of Fame. He's not. That was pretty awful.
Yeah.
But that's the truth of the matter. But Belichick also was supposed to become the head coach at the New York Jets. And you know why he didn't take it? He recognized the same toxic culture that he'd seen in Cleveland. He was the last coach of Cleveland before they became the Ravens. And part of what he did was the decision he made was about I don't want to coach here. I don't like the ownership. I don't like the management. It's not right for me. Speaking of the supply chain, a good friend of ours, friend of the show, will not name them, had a chance to talk with a pretty decent opportunity. And at the end of the day, they couldn't do it, Dave, because they were like, I have to work for this person. And I just don't feel like it's a good fit. And they turned down a real opportunity. Now, they had plenty of other opportunities, make this really clear. But you're only as good as your partners. You're only as good as the people you work with. And everybody thinks firing people is hard. It's once you realize how hard firing people is, you then realize the actual difficulty. What's difficult is hiring people. And Dre talks about this all the time. And the Brenny people talked about it as well, too, the communication. You got to be really honest about what you want. You got to be really honest about who you are. And you got to be really honest about what you think as well, too, when you're dealing with it. Because one of the things that I have dealt with here in this particular environment, not this one that we're currently sitting in, but over the course of time, is thinking that you have a right to tell people to do something and then only later on finding out those same people were put into a no-win situation because they were being told, no, you don't have to listen to them. And so then you think you're going crazy, like I'm asking for things and they're not being delivered. And then, of course, who do you blame? The people who aren't delivering them to them, not realizing what? They're being told not to do that. And then they're caught in a terrible situation. So to kind of add to the idea of what you and Cliff were talking about, and Dean, you're only as good as your partners, but you're only as good as how transparent you are with your partners too. And I think that makes a big difference. So if you guys are thinking about going into the owner-operator racket or going from 3 trucks to 10 or 10 to 25, the first choices you have to make are not making those purchases, not getting that loan. The first choices you have to make is who are the people who are going to be your support engines, which is why NASTIC and OIDA are so important. Those organizations like that are so important because they can help you figure out the order in which to do things. And one of the first things that what you have to do to kind of make that work is figure out who are the people that are going to take care of all the stuff that you don't want to take care of, and then figure out how you're going to get the money to pay them, or what kind of equity you're going to give them if they come in with you on more than just a payment plan. It's all kind of worth digging into. Anybody strike you today as memorable? We got a phone call, Dre? Okay. Anybody strike you today as memorable? Anybody stick with you?
Oh, they all do. But yeah, I really enjoyed talking with Chuck Snow this morning.
Yeah, and it's interesting too to hear the Canadian perspective of things, to really kind of understand, like it or not, the interconnectedness of everybody is really, and by the way, Chuck's sympathies actually as a Canadian lie down here. I mean, he is much more enamored with the way we do business down here. But a lot of our friends are hurting right now up there. A lot of people who work in the supply chain are hurting. And yes, they've just cut some very big deals and some deals that should concern us from a national security standpoint. That being said, even if those deals were to go online fast-tracked, that's still a year. I mean, and Chuck made the point about the Chinese warehouse. How long did it take you? A year. And you say, well, compared to what happens here, it's great. It's still a year. You follow me?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. It's still a year.
It's still a year. Okay, so are you going?
Well, he one thing I watched his last podcast with Rico, and he was explaining.
I always want to say suave.
He was explaining how owner-operatorship is so small in Canada because it's so difficult to run from one province to another and one area of the country to another, that it's more trouble than it's worth.
Be careful what you wish for. All you states' rights enamored people who think you know what that means, that's what states' rights look like. Provincial Canada is states' rights. That's what it looks like. When people can charge you, the idea that you can set your own, your own rules, that's federalism. All that stuff. That is federalism, guys. Look, there are advantages to it, too. It gives people their unique, distinctive personalities. It acknowledges different weather conditions, different landscape conditions. All rules do not apply to everybody. But when it comes to interstate commerce, man, the Founding Fathers figured that one out, didn't they? Woo, man, they got on top of that pretty quickly, and they realized, yeah, if people are actually bringing stuff across states to a different state, those rules that you want to enforce don't apply. That's what everybody thought. I don't even know this, but Plessy versus Ferguson.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, I mean that's well. There are two things that go on there. First of all, Ferguson was the the courthouse that they picked he was the most sympathetic. It's about railroads. That's where they thought. That's where they thought they could beat it. That's where they thought they could beat it. They thought that because those railroads were crossing state lines, that to actually discriminate with Jim Crow laws was actually what? Restricting commerce. It's always the best approach. If you ever want to overturn anything from a civil rights issue in this country, don't go after it from a civil rights standpoint. Go after it from a money standpoint. Restricting the flow of capital is what always gets people in trouble, because restricting the flow of capital is, in fact, not capitalism. If you're restricting the movement of capital across a free country, you're engaged in doing that. And that's the Canadian problem, is a really, really big deal. Okay, so tomorrow's show, our good friend Lindsay's going to, hopefully, we're going to keep our fingers crossed to see if she, in fact, can pull a rabbit out of her hat and make Comcast actually deliver unto her, as it were, Dave, deliver unto her an internet service. If not, we will figure out a way to move forward with her there. Maintenance Matters, of course. Our good friend Kevin Lindsay is going to be joining us from Travel Centers of America. And we have a very special edition of Highway to Health. We're going to be talking really micro here. We're talking bile duct cancer with Dr. Juan Valle. Will be joining us, and so we'll be talking with him. He most recently served as professor and honorary consultant in medical oncology at the University of Manchester and the Christie NHS Foundation. He'll be here to talk to us about bile duct cancer, which is ugly. Ugly.
Cholangiocarcinoma.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bad scene. And then Dr. Carla Osborne will be here, and we're going to be asking her controversial pet care questions.
She's incredible.
Yeah, she's a good egg. She's a good egg. So basically, it's maintenance for your truck, maintenance for yourself, maintenance for your pet. And then we're going to close the show out before we get to Lindsay's Country and Western Music News with the West Tennessee Delta Heritage Center. More importantly, it's the Tina Turner Museum in Brownsville, Tennessee. A lot of groovy stuff, guys. You can head over to westtnheritage.com. You can find them on Facebook at WT Delta Heritage. And you can find them on Instagram at the same place, WT Delta Heritage. tells the story of agriculture, music, and the Hatchie River that has shaped the culture of Western Tennessee. Included in there, the Tina Turner Museum and the Sleepy John Estes home. It's located in Brownsville, and it connects history of today to the history of yesterday, and that should be a lot of fun. Sonia Outlaw Clark. Come on, man, is that a name? Sonia Outlaw-Clark is the director of the West Tennessee Delta Heritage Center and the Tina Turner Museum, and she will join us at 10 in the center, 11 in the east on Road Gang Radio before Lindsay Lawler gives us another edition of Lindsay Lawler's Country and Western Music News, and hopefully the cold air will lift it. Anybody in the comment chat you want to single out, give a shout out to before we kind of get out of here? I'm sure lots of people had things to say over the course of the landscape of this show.
Yes, Don Murray typed in there, and he and several folks were tuned in. I hope they're still tuned in, you guys out there. BigRigSteve's, we are talking BigRigSteve. Let's see here. Don Murray, Brandon Hasty, and Charlie W. was out there, and Bruce Almighty, too. Of course, he says, in reference to Steve, he said, sounds like my kind of traveling.
It sounds like all of our kind of traveling, by the way. Thank you all so much for being a part of the conversation. Sorry I couldn't chat more, guys. I just couldn't see you, and I can only run one thing off of a phone at a time. Big thanks to Andre Thibodeau, who is the producer of this entire show. Glad to have him, as always, on for the ride. He and I will be yakking it up tomorrow as we kind of come out swinging on Road Gang Radio. Lots of stuff to talk about, not only the winter, but the Winter Olympics, some X Games stuff as well. A lot of fun and groovy things to kind of dig into. We'll also, by the way, you bet your bottom dollar Lindsay's talking about the Grammys, and we'll talk about them tomorrow. Other than that, let's shuffle off this radio coil, Dre. Get us out of here. Nemo Nation, of course, features Dave Nemo, and I tend to ride shotgun with him. I'm Jimmy Mack. As you guys know, Phone Master Andre Thibodeau is the one who answers the phones, pushes the buttons, makes sure the damn wires are where they should be, and every once in a while picks up a headset on somebody else's device to make sure they're hearing things right. We love you. Go to RadioNemo.com and subscribe. Lots of good stuff headed your way. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. The winter will end in 6 weeks. If you see Punxsutawney Phil, shoot him on sight and burn the body in acid. Don't burn it with fire. This is crucial.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.